No niin. Kuvaa tulee. Vai tuleeko? Joo, no niin, nyt minä ainakin näen itseni nyt. Tervetuloa takaisin, Wokepojat. Tervetuloa takaisin Giga-chatti. Elikkä me ollaan oltu hetken aikaa pois. Tervetuloa WokeriPokeriin. Mä oon ollut kipiänä pari viikkoa ja mä vieläkin, tuutte huomaamaan, että mä vieläkin yskin vähän. Sepi on tuolla. Se on Sepillä on alkamassa pukkaamaan vähän tautia päälle kans. Joten ja sen lisäksi sillä on kans vieläkin jotain lopputyökiireitä, joten se ei kerkiä tähän nyt vetämään koko striimiä yhdessä minun kanssa, mutta hän on tuolla, hän saattaa tulla piipahtamaan tässä kameran edessä. Joo, pikaisia paranemisia hänelle, kyllä. Tää on tämmönen tauti, että tää vähän kiertää kaikki näköjään. Mä tuun olleen muuten vähän pöllämystyneenä tänään, koska mä en oo ajatellut hirveänä politiikkaa viimeiset 2 viikkoa, kun mä oon ollut kipeänä, mutta mä aion tehdä parhaan ja get on this ja puhua läpi politiikkatopiikkeja, mitä niitä on kaikkia sais kiertää kaukaa. No niin sais kyllä joo, se on just näin. Politiikkaa, niinpä. Minä pyysin ravintola oven pielessä olleita lohikäärme Hailongilta, että tuo Sepikkolo ja Teemu Rotin takaisin lähetystä juontamaan. Siinähän heistä ainakin nyt toinen on. Kiitos Hailongi. Hailongi on selvästi paskempi lohikäärme kuin Shenglongi, kun se pystyy tuomaan vaan toisen hosteista takaisin. Mutta puolikas toive on parempi kuin 0 toivetta, joten on se silti silleen parempi toivelohikäärme kuin monet toivelohikäärmeet. Ai että, kiva nähdä chattia taas. Fistbeami, Nortsi, Turskane. Siellä on tuttua jengiä. Ai niin, mun pitää laittaa... Mä oon niin pöllämystynyt, tiedättekö, että mä en laittanut notifikaatiota ollenkaan. Mä oon vaan tässä silleen omissa maailmoissani. Silleen, mitä tässä pitikään tehdä? Miten tää striimaaminen toimikaan? Mäpä laitan. Notifikaatiot. Woke on livenä. Ja pistetään tuo linkki. Copy link. Paste ja at everyone. Noin. Nonni. Kato, meinasi unohtaa jo. Se on, kun pari viikkoa ei tee tätä, niin nyt kun tässä istuu, niin on semmoinen pöhnänen olo, että niin mitä? Mäkö vaan puhun? Sekö on, miten tää toimii? Mutta chatti. Ai että mä oon nauttinut niistä 2 viikosta, kun mä oon ollut sairaana. Ei sillä mulla on ollut ikävä teitä todella paljon, mutta long time no see, no niinpä senaattori. Mulla on ollut teitä hyvin ikävä, mutta nämä 2 viikkoa, mitä mä oon ollut kipiänä, niin ai että mä oon ottanut rennosti. Mä oon ottanut niin rennosti. Teillä ei ole mitään hajua. Teillä ei ole mitään hajua, kuinka rennosti minä oon ottanut. Halleluja, Woke on palannut maailmaan. Päästiin ihan justiinsa oikeutulle paikallisi mun isolle näytölle. Erilas. Pitkästä aikaa. Ai että, kyllä siellä chatti taas alkaa pöhisemään tuttuja hahmoja. Mä tuun tässä yskimään jonkun verran, koska mä vieläkin elelen mun 2 viikkoa kestäneen taudin loppuvaiheita, mutta tässä nyt yritetään saada tämmönen striimi kassaan siitä huolimatta. Sepi tosiaan on tuolla nui. Sillä alkaa pukata päälle tautia. Long time no see, long time no hear, so call me Helen Keller. Niinpä. Pasila-jutut. Long time no ocean. Mutta ai että, koko tän niinku pari viikkoa, mitä mä oon ollut kipiänä, niin mä oon vaan pellaillut Pleikka Vitosta, nukkunut pitkään, niin pitkään kuin mä haluan, kattonut ihan helvetisti animea. Aina silloin, kun mä oon kipiänä, niin mä otan rennosti. Mä otan ihan tosissaan rennosti. Ei striimata huomenna täällä, sillä et selkeästi on vielä ihan kunnossa, enkä halua teille keuhkokuumetta. No se on tietenkin joo. Mun pitää itse asiassa, Holger, meillähän on roolipeli huomenna. Niin pitää katsoa, enköhän mä oo kunnossa siihen. Jos mä oon kunnossa vetämään striimin, niin ehkä mä oon kunnossa roolipeliinkin. Mutta joo, on tää nyt vähän tällaista puolikuntoista touhua meikältä. Ai että. On tullut katseltua paljon animea, on tullut pelailtua paljon videopelejä, mutta onkohan mulla niistä paljon silleen puhuttavaa? Yksi semmonen, mikä niinku... Mä oon kattonut mä tein uuden random roll animen, koska mä tein uuden random rollin meidän mun AniDB-accountilla. Mä oon selittänyt Gigachatille aiemmin sen mun random roll tendenssin, että aina kun mä niinku en tiedä mitä animea mä kattoisin, niin mä vaan menen AniDB:hen, mä painan random anime-nappia, sitten mä katon sen. Ja mä kattoin just loppuun mun aiemman random rollin, joka oli tämä... Mitä ihmettä, täällä ei edes puhuta painista. Voin mä puhua painistakin, on mulla niinku... Mut saa aina puhumaan painista, ei se oo kun promptaa siellä keskustelun, mutta tervetuloa takaisin chattiin, Doodilo, ja Jimiikin siellä, moro! Täällä tosiaankin alkaa chatti täyttymään tutuista hahmoista. Tutuista hahmoista. Mutta. Niin tuo viimeisin random rolli anime, jonka mä kattoin loppuun, oli semmonen kuin Sirius the Jaeger, joka oli just tiedätkö semmonen anime, että mä oisin tykännyt tästä tosi paljon 17-vuotiaana. Valitettavasti siitä, kun mä olin 17, on jo 21 vuotta. Ei se niinku huono ollut, mutta just tiedättekö semmonen, että tässä on angstinen teinipäähenkilö, joka on vampyyrin metsästäjä ja hänen koko perhe on kuollut, mutta sitten ei olekaan, koska hänen isoveljensä onkin vampyyri. Pahikset saikin hänet ja nyt se on heidän puolellaan. Ja... Näikö teimoisen antifasismimarssi, jonka laitoin sinne Suomen Politiikkaan? Kyllä näin, Jimi. Elikkä mun pitää katsoa sitä, että mä varmaan tuun olemaan, kuulostaa uhkaavalta, antifasismimarssi. No, en mä tiedä, ei se ole uhkaava kuin fasisteille, ei se kellekään muulle ole uhkaava. Onko se toinen juontaja lomautettu? Joo, mä annoin potkut sille. Mä päätin, että niinku se ei ollut riittävän woke ja sitten mä otin sen talon. Tää on sen talo, mutta se on nyt minun. Mulla oli vaan oikeus tehdä, niin mä vaan voin tehdä niin. Blade of the Immortal. Joo, mä oon kuullut Blade of the Immortalista, mutta en oo nähnyt sitä. Nykyäänhän riittää asiallinen syy. Mielestäni toi oli asiallista, se on just näin. Ei tarvi olla painava syy. Se ei ollut niinku ihan hullun epävoke, mutta asiallisesti minä hänelle sanoin, että olet erotettu ja tämä talo on nyt minun. Oulu ilman natseja miekkari on kyllä yksi parhaita ja wokeimpia itsenäisyyspäivän perinteitä, niin se kyllä kuulostaa like good shit. Niin kuin meillä oli jotain suunnitelmia Fistbeamin kanssa sille päivälle, mutta mun pitää sen puhua siitä, että, niin kuin, että mennäänkö sen sijaan natsi-vastaiseen mielenosoitukseen. Mutta joo, katsotaan vielä. En osaa vielä tältä istumalta sanoa. Mutta kuulostaa kyllä hyvältä setiltä, että tykkään kyllä tuommoisesta, että saatan ilmaantua. En voi vielä varmuudella sanoa, mutta yritin ehdottaa Teemulle, että jos nyt katsottaisiin vielä, jos saataisiin joku painava syy, mutta Teemu nyt halusi erottaa asiallisella syyllä. Hell yeah, no niin kyllä. Joo, ei toinen juontaja on tuolla nui. Hänellä on vähän tautia pukkaamassa päälle ja myöskin hänellä on vähän lopputyökiireitä tässä seuraavat pari viikkoa. Joten niin kuin nämä kaksi yhdistävää tekijää, niin hän ei nyt ole tässä sohovalla tässä kamera edessä just nytten. Mutta saatatte häntä vielä tänään nähdä. Niin kuin, jos mä hänet tuossa bongaan kulkemassa, niin kyllä mä kutsun tulemaan tänne kamera eteen näyttää naamaa, niin että tiedätte, että täällähän vieläkin on. Kertokaapa, ennen kuin hypätään niin kuin syvään päätyyn kaikilla tämmöisillä, kaikilla meidän syvemmillä puheenaiheilla, niin kertokaapa, miten teillä on mennyt nämä pari viikkoa, kun ei olla nähty. Mä jo kerroin, mitä mä oon tehnyt. Mä oon vaan pari viikkoa pelannut pelejä ja kattonut animea, mutta mites te? Mitä teille kuuluu? Sitten kun olette vähemmän tautisia, niin voitte ottaa meikän varajuontajaksi ja pidetään kielitiedepokeri, joo. Puhutaan pelkästään kielitieteestä. Päättötyön työstöä, just näin. Haluatko nää Sepi käydä moikkaan gigachattiin?
Ketä siellä on?
Siellä on kuule Doodle. Aha, on joo. Ei, vahingossa.
Kyllä, ei. Korjataanpa asia. Moikka moi pitkästä aikaa. Kuuluuko mun mikki? Ei taida kuulua.
Ei, se on pelkästään tämä mikki.
Joo, no mä huuan siihen, mutta mitä me ollaan pari viikkoa oltu poissa ruudusta? Sai se oikeesti Sepin siihen, ei pitänyt soppapettia käteen ja morottanut.
Hei, mä oon Sepi! Ja minä sanon täällä, että älkää käyttäkö huumeita.
No.
Älkää hailatko Hitleriä.
Don't do drugs. Joo, mä olin viime viikon armeijassa ja nyt mulla on tässä aika tiukat reilu pari viikkoa, että saan mun lopputyöpaketti. Että
kai kuitenkin Suomen armeijassa. Et IDF:ssä.
ei mainita liikaa.
Oli viimeiset 2 viikkoa tekemässä kansanmurhaa. Ei saa liikaa tunnustaa liveen.
IDF tai Venäjän armeija. Molemmat hyviä vaihtoehtoja.
Kaikki armeijat on hyviä armeijoita.
Ei ole huonoja armeijoita.
On vaan huonoja sotilaita.
Joo. Lisäksi mullakin on joku nuha nousemassa. Tuntuu semmoinen paine tässä kasvojen alueella.
Sotarikospokeri.
Sotarikospokeri. Olipa rankka viikko.
Olipa takanapäin rankka viikko.
Joo, mä oon tuossa sivuumalla varmaan nämä pari päivää, ehkä seuraavankin viikon. Mutta Teemu pitää teistä huolta. Ootte hyvissä käsissä.
Kellä on 2 peukaloa ja hostaa WokeriPokeria?
Moi moi.
This guy. Se oli Sepi. Raikuvat uploadit. Woo! Encore, encore! Woo! Varsinkin ne armeijat, jotka rahoittaa meitä, joo, kyllä. Se on semmoinen niinku jatkuva yritys, että lukuisat armeijat koettaa saada WokeriPokeria omalle puolelle. Mikä ihme? Mä kattelen tuosta heijastuksesta itseäni ja joku saakelin tukka pölähtää tuolta aina niin kuin vaikka kuinka monta kertaa minä niitä koetan. Tuoko se on? No niin, meneepäs sinne. Noin. Miten teillä meni nämä 2 viikkoa? Ihmettelee, että kuka tuo ukko tuolla on. Niin. Miten teillä meni nämä 2 viikkoa, kun ei olla nähty? Me ei olla edes senaattorin kanssa nähty ja pelailtu pelejä niin kuin me normaalisti miittaillaan, kun mä oon ollut kipiänä, niin en mä ole lähtenyt kämpiltä mihinkään. Työhommia ja opiskeluhommia, niiden kanssa on ihan mukavasti kiire. Kyllähän ne kiireisenä pitää, ei siinä. Mut pitää aina keretä tehdä muutakin kuin vaan työtä ja opiskelua, koska elämä on täynnä liian mukavia juttuja, että sitä kaikkea omistaisi vaan niinku pelkälle arjelle ja rutiinille. Ihan hyvin virkkailu ja chillannut ja aloin katsoa Wholesomea hyvän mielen animea. Jimi, mikä on Wholesome hyvän mielen anime? Kerro mullekin. Mulla kaikista Wholesomein hyvän mielen anime, minkä mä tiedän, on varmastikin Aria. Ja Arian jälkeen olisi Azumanga Daioh, mutta se on tiukka kilpailu, koska Azumanga Daioh on todella hyvän mielen kanssa. Kimi Todoke. Mä oon kuullut tuon. Joo, on tuo niinku nimi on tuttu mulle, mutta mä en oo kattonut tota. Joo, siksi sanoinkin Kimi ni Todoke, koska on tuo tuttu. Katsoin itse joskus joku vuosi pari sitten, joo. Siitä on ollut juttua, eli se on näitä, niinku, mistä ihmiset puhuu. Varmaan tulee itsekin joku päivä katsottua. Mullahan on nyt ollut se mun oma anime-projekti, missä mä katon aina jonkun sellaisen anime, että mun olisi pitänyt, sillä määrällä animea, mitä mä oon katsonut, niin mun olisi pitänyt jo katsoa tämä. Niin mulla on semmonen oma projektinsa. Niin siinä eka, minkä mä katsoin, oli tuo Akira. Siitä mä puhuinkin chatille. Mulla oli teikkejä Akirasta. Akira oli hyvä. Ja sitten nyt mulla on menossa, mä oon puolet kattonut jo tosta Your Lie in April, eli Shigatsu wa Kimi no Uso. Se on kans semmonen wholesome anime, tämä Your Lie in April. Vaikka se on kans semmonen niinku, se osaa olla kans välillä raskas ja traumoja käsittelevä anime, mutta se tekee sen ihan niinku hyvällä hengellä ja tietoisesti. Ja ei ole aprillipäivä. Se pituilla kysyi, että onko se aprillipäivä anime. Ei ole. Se on niinku, että se on nimenomaan se Shigatsu wa Kimi no Uso tarkoittaa, että huhtikuu oli sinun valheesi. Mä en vielä puolessa välissä tiedä, mitä se tarkoittaa, mutta mulla on mun arvaukset, että se tulee olemaan semmoinen niinku tärkeä raastava juttu siinä itse päätarinassa, mitä se fraasi niin kuin tarkoittaa.
Raskaampaa kuin aprillipäivä.
Mä veikkaan, että raskaampaa kuin aprillipäivä, joo. Törmäsin Netflixissä ja on ollut ihan hooked. Eilen katsoin ekaan kauan ja 2 vielä jäljellä. No ne. Se on aina mukava, kun löytää tommosen, mikä niinku on silleen, että mun pitää katsoa tätä eteenpäin. Oon tykännyt siitä Your Lie in Aprilistakin tosi paljon. Ja siinä on bangeri openingi. Siinä on aivan bangeri openingi. Mä soittaisin sen, mutta mä en ole varma TOS-hommista. Niin kuin jos mä vaan soitan jonkun anime-openingin, niin onko se semmonen, että sitten tyyli vodista lähtee audiot ja semmoista, en mä tiedä. Mä en tiedä yhtään. Mä en oo perehtynyt, miten nämä monetization-jutut toimii. Mä en oo hirveänä semmonen pöhinä ukkeli ite. Laula se ite karaokena. Nyt tuli kuule hyvä idea. Nyt tuli kuule hyvä idea. Mä oon näin lähellä, että mä vaan niinku kuule kaivan lyriiksit esille ja Kimi da yo, kimi nan da yo, oshiete kureta, kurayami mo hikaru nara. Se on hyvä biisi. Hoshizora ni naru. Kanashimi mo egao ni mo kakusanai de. Se on hyvä biisi. Don't tempt me, Frodo. Mä kyllä alan laulamaan. Mikä on Blade of the Immortalin oikea suora käännös? Jaa! Anna kun mä katon. Kun mä en tiedä mikä sen sarjan niinku nimi on japaniksi. Mugen no Junin. Mugen no Junin hän tarkoittaisi voittamattomat 10, eikö näin? Tai niinku äärettömät 10. 10 ääretöntä. Niinku Mugen no Junin. Ainakin niinku ellei tuossa ole jotain toista merkitystä, mitä mä en ymmärrä, koska mä en ole kattonut Blade of the Immortalia, mutta niinku Junin viittaa 10 ihmiseen ja sitten Mugen tarkoittaa pääasiassa niinku äärettömyyttä. Empsu, moro! Venni on järkyttynyt, että et ole kattonut Blade of the Immortalia. No kai musta pitää katsoa se, I guess. Niin nää on aina näitä. Mä oon kattonut 791 animea tällä hetkellä, mutta aina on niitä joitakin, joita sitä ei ole vielä kattonut. Siis ajattele, mä en ollut kattonut Akiraa. Mä en ollut kattonut Akiraa muuta kuin pari kuukautta sitten. Että niinku aina näitä jää. Se, vaikka kuinka hemmetisti katsoo animea, niin aina on joku, mitä ei ole kattonut. Niin kuin tuo Your Lie in Aprilikin on näitä niinku, että jos menet katsomaan jotain animelistoja ja rankkaat ne niinku, laitat ne niinku rankingin järjestykseen, että mikä on parhaiten reitattu anime ja silleen, niin Your Lie in April tulee olemaan jossakin siellä top 10 melkein missä tahansa listassa, että jengi on reitannut ne todella korkeaksi. Ja siellä on jotain striimi watch streakki juttuja meneillään. No niin, let's go! Mutta luultavasti se, minkä mä katon sen jälkeen, kun mä oon kattonut loppuun Your Lie in Aprilin, ja tulee seuraava tähän mun, miksen mä oon jo kattonut tätä animea slottiin, niin on varmaan Violet Evergarden. Mä en tiedä yhtään, mistä Violet Evergarden kertoo, mä vaan kuulen ihmisten jatkuvasti puhuvan siitä, ja sen lisäksi mä kuulen ihmisten puhuvan siitä siihen sävyyn, että mitä pitäisi katsoa. Mäpä katon vaan uudestaan Violet Evergardenin, eli ilmeisesti se on ihan saakeli hyvää, joten se on taas tässä sarjassamme, että no miksi mä oon kattonut tätä jo nyt. Olihan se katsottava. Okei, senaattori ei piästää niin merkittävänä, joo. Ei sillä mä tiedä, että joskus joissakin teoksissa meillä on senaattorin kanssa sellaista, että ei olla ihan samaa mieltä teoksen laadusta. Mutta toisaalta mulla ei tuu mieleen viime aikoina oikein muita sellaisia kuin... No ei mulla itse asiassa, mulla ei viime aikoina tule mieleen yhtäkään. Se isoin, mikä mulla on mun mielessä, on Drag Me to Hell, mutta siitä on vuosia ja vuosia ja vuosia. Mun mielestä Drag Me to Hell on ihan mainio leffa, mutta muistan, että silloin ainakaan senaattori ei siitä tykännyt. Mutta tää oli silloin, kun se leffa oli vasta tullut ulos, eli joskus 2000-luvulla tai jotain. Joten 20 vuotta sitten tai jotain, en mä tiedä. No ei siitä välttämättä niin kauan ole. Se voi olla enemmän 2010-luvun alkupuolella, eli niin kuin 15 vuotta sitten tai jotain. Meikä katsoo vaan Cobraa ja Ghost in the Shell. Cobra. Na 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 na. Cobra. Mä soitatin tolle Sepille sen Cobra openingin kerran, kun mä olisin, että tää on ne 70-luvun anime, missä on bangeri openingi.
Se oli kova.
Se on kova. Myöskin se on se sama anime, mistä ollaan puhuttu aiemminkin, että siinä näkee, mistä se autori tykkää. Ja se, mistä autori tykkää, on lihaksikkaista naisista. Se sarja on täynnä niitä. Meidän oli Holgerin kanssa tarkoitus, että me katsotaan kaikki Cobra-teokset, mutta se on meillä kesken se projekti. Me katsottiin vaan se TV-sarja, ja sitten me katsottiin se leffa. Mutta niitä olisi vielä lisää, meidän pitäisi jatkaa. Ghost in the Shellit mä oon kattonut kaikki. Cobrassa on sellainen jazzbaari-meininki, joo, niin on. Mä oon edelleen sitä mieltä, että Cobran ekat 12 jaksoa on ihan täyttä rautaa. Se niinku eka arkki, sinne niinku, varsinkin niinku Crystal Boyn kuolemaan asti on semmonen niinku, se on tiukkaa settiä. Mä olin kertomassa aiemmin siitä, että mä kans random-rollasin uuden animen. Mä random-rollasin semmosen animen sen Kiina-animen kuin Tiger Crane. Mikähän se kiinaksi on, koska mä en osaa niin hyvin Kiinaa. Se oli joku Hu He Yao Shenlu tai joku semmonen Ja tuossa mä muuten by the way varmana niinku vedin ihan päin helvettiä ne rising falling toneit ja tämmöiset, koska mä en oo opetellut ikinä, että mikä miten sanotaan kiinaksi tiikeri tai mandariiniksi, että tiikeri tai kurki, joten ei kuulu sanavarastoon. Mutta se on ollut ihan semmonen yllättävän viihdyttävä. Mä oon kattonut senkin jonnekin puoleen väliin nytte. Ja mä tykkään kyllä siinä tosi paljon, että siinä on paljon hauskoja hahmoja, paljon sitä räjähtävää actionia ja sitten joitakin ihan koskettavia momenttejakin, niin kuin yhden päähenkilöistä isää kuvastettiin sellaisena, kun on tämmönen trouppi, mitä mä rakastan taistelufiktiossa, tämä overpowered old guy. Joku vanha tyyppi, joka on niin kova, että tolle ei vaan voi tehdä yhtään mitään. Se on koko sarjan power-skaala yläpuolella aivan semmonen esimerkki siitä, kuinka kovaa ihmisestä voi tulla, jos se on vaan treenannut koko elämänsä. Ja sitten se joutui niinku sen hetkistä sarjan pääpahista vastaan. Ja siitä tuli ihan niinku hyvä ja koskettava momentti, kun se kyseinen hahmo, jonka isä se on, niin sitten kohtasi sen uudestaan sen taistelun jälkeen ja silleen. Ja mä olin, että tää oli hyvin tehty. Se, mistä mä en tykkää siinä animessa on, että se on täynnä, tiedätkö, tämmösiä kunnon ei-ansaittuja power-uppeja. Tää on semmonen juttu, mä en tykkää ei-ansaituista power-upeista. Sellaisesta, että päähenkilö vaan sanoo, että mä haluan olla vahvin, ja sitten se flashbackää isästään, ja sitten yhtäkkiä se pulls off jonkun legendaarisen tekniikan, mitä kukaan ei ole ikinä pystynyt pull off, ja kaikki ympärillä vaan katsoo, se on se legendaarinen, mutta kun kukaan ei ole ikinä. Mun mielestä tommonen on ärsyttävää. Se on niinku, jos nää haluat olla kovaa, niin treenaa. Tai edes, tiedätkö, käytä jotakin taikuutta, jossa on haittavaikutuksia, niin kuin joku semmonen, että okei, tää antaa mulle välittömästi tämän power-upin, mutta vastineena siitä mä saatan kuolla, tai vastineena siitä joku demoni ottaa mun ruumiin haltuun, tai jotakin tämmösiä. Niin kuin, se ei tunnu hyvältä, jos päähenkilö vaan voittaa. Ja siitä ei ole kerrottu kunnolla tarinaa, miten se voitti. Voitot pitää ansaita. Joo, se rugball oli jotenkin sellainen, hei, voisinko mä tehdä tästä Cobrasta sellaisen baseball-tähden, ja tuottaja on silleen, jumalauta, tuo on nerokasta, nyt nuo urheiluanimet on nyt muotia, mutta Terassa vaan pistä siihen se Jane jotenkin, tai me perutaan se sarja. Sillä nuo atleettisista naisista tykkäävät jäbät on ainoat, jotka lukee tätä sarjaa. Accurate, joo. Tuo rugball-arkki, mihin Holger referoi, niin on kyllä jännä osa Cobraa, koska se valtasi sen koko sarjaa. Siitä sarjasta tuli yhtäkkiä, sellaista avaruusseikkailuanimesta tuli yhtäkkiä urheiluanime. Ja se on sen sarjan pisin arkki. Niin se on niinku, what? Pisin arkki on urheiluarkki. Tällaisessa Flash Gordon henkisessä avaruuspyssyseikkailuanimessa. Mutta joo, tuo on mulla aina animessa on semmonen pet peeve, jos päähenkilö vaan saa voittaa. One Punch Man on poikkeus, ja mä kerron miksi. Koska One Punch Manissa se on vaan vitsi. Se on komediaa. Se, että se Saitama on vaan, tiedätkö, treenannut normaalisti, ja nyt se on vaan overpowered, ja se koko setting ei pysty handläämään sitä. Se on hauskaa, that's funny. Niin kun nää katot sitä teosta, niin se, että Saitama tulee ja vaan lättää sen juonen täysin niin kuin lättänäksi, niin se on hauskaa. Sä naurat, kun se tapahtuu, joten se onnistuu tavoitteessaan. No siis Holger Cobrallahan oli... Ensinnäkin Cobralla ei tuu mitään voimia sen persiistä. Kobralla on ne voimat, jotka sillä kerrotaan olevan. Sillä on se sen psycho gun, joka on sen kädessä semmoinen laserpyssy, jota se pystyy mielensä voimalla tähdätä, joten se hakeutuu mihin tahansa viholliseen. Sillä on tämä on se sen niin kuin kovin kyky. Ja ei se yhtäkkiä vaan repääse jostakin uusia kykyjä, ei se yhtäkkiä päätä, että no minäpä en aiokkaan hävitä ja sitten voittaa jonkun, mitä sillä ei ole mitään asiaa voittaa. Ei. Jos se haluaa voittaa jonkun tyypin, joka on sitä kovempi, sen täytyy keksiä joku keino tehdä niin. Tuo on semmoinen, mitä mä haluan nähdäkin tarinoissa, että okei, jos tästä hahmosta kerrotaan, että tämä on kovempi kuin tämä hahmo, no nyt ratkaise se tarina. Sä oot ojentanut minulle tällaisen, sä oot tehnyt lupauksen katsojalle. Tää jätkä ei voi voittaa tätä jätkää. Se on nyt sillä tavalla. Tämä ei, niin kuin kummin päin mä nyt laitoin. Joka tapauksessa tää jätkä ei voi voittaa tätä jätkää. Se nyt on sillä tavalla. Tää ei voi voittaa. Joten nyt sä et voi myöhemmin vaan laittaa ne taistelee uudestaan ja sanoi, että no tällä kertaa tämä jätkä voittikin. Se ajatteli äitiään ja puristi keihäästä lujempaa ja alkoi huutamaan ja sitten se alkoikin hohtamaan ja kaikki katsoo, se itse asiassa onkin nyt 10 kertaa kovempi kuin mitä se oli aiemmin. Ei. Sä lupasit mulle ratkaisun tähän tarinaan, että miten tämä henkilö voittaa tämän henkilön, kun meille on poistettu, että se ei pysty voittaa sitä. Ja näihin on tyydyttäviä vastauksia. Niin kuin, jos nää mietit, miten joku 90-luvun action-leffat tykkäsi ratkaista tuon tarinabiitin, niin se on monesti tiedätkö sillä tavalla, että okei, no se päähenkilö ei voi voittaa sitä pahista, se pahis on paljon kovempi, joten sen päähenkilön pitää katsoa, mutta se seisoo jonkun luukun, jonkun tällaisen meshwire alustan päällä, jossa on joku mekanismi, ja tuolla olisi vipu, jolla mä saan dumpattua se alas tuonne sulaan teräkseen. Mä hyppään tämän vivun luokse ja väännän siitä, ja no niin, nyt se tipahtaa alas tai jotain. Niin kuin, joku tommonen, että okei, no nuin se voitti sen. Se ei ollut kovempi kuin se, mutta niin kuin, se sai sinniteltyä tarpeeksi, että taistelu ajettiin pisteeseen, jossa voitosta tulikin mahdollinen. Tai niin kuin, mä haluan vaan tietää, mikä se tyydyttävä lopetus sille tarinalle on. Miksi, jos se ei kerta voinut voittaa, niin miten se lopuksi voitti? Ja sitten taas vaikka, jos miettii jotain Dragon Ballia, jossa ne ei ole tommosia ne vastaukset, niin Dragon Ballissa aina kerrotaan joku maailman sisäinen syy, miksi ne pystyy vetämään sitä voiton tästä hahmosta. Esimerkiksi, että no päähenkilöllä on tämä tekniikka, jolla se voi kerätä voimaa kaikista ihmistä, joihin se saa kontaktin jollakin tavalla, joille se saa puhuttua, joille se saa pyydettyä voimaa. Ja sitten sillä on tämä yksi hahmo, jolla on tämä kyky ottaa yhteyttä telepaattisesti ihmisiin. No se ottaa yhteyttä kaikkiin maapalloihmisiin. Hei, antakaa voimaa tälle jätkälle. No ne ei suostu. Ne tyypit ei suostu. Ne on silleen, kuka vittu tää on, joka mun päässä puhuu. En mä ala antaa sille voimaa. Mutta niillä on kans mukana tää maailman suosituin superstara-jätkä, josta ei ole muuten ollut mitään hyötyä, joka on ollut täys pallon jalassa, mutta se on ihan hemmetin suosittu. Se ottaa kiinni tästä tyypistä, joka pystyy telepaattisesti puhua tyypeille, ja se sanoo, että antakaa nyt voimaa tälle jätkälle, come on, do it, it's me, minä puhun teille telepaattisesti, antakaa sille voimaa. Ja sitten kaikki on silleen, yes, se on tää meidän superstara, totta kai me annetaan meidän voimaa. Ja se on, miten tämä päähenkilö voittaa. Ja sä oot sitten katsojana sille makes sense. Joka ikinen juttu, millä tuo voitettiin, tuo pahis, oli tässä tarinassa pohjustettuja asioita. Nää toit yhteen kykyjä, ja sitten niiden kykyjen summa loogisesti riittää voittamaan tämän pahiksen, vaikka se pahis onkin kovempi. Tuo on hyvä. Se on... Tarinan kuuluisi jollain tavalla kertoa loppuun se oma tarinansa. Niin kuin jos sä asetat haasteen, niin sit sun täytyy kertoa, millä tavalla se haaste ylitettiin. Ja se ei oikein ole vastaus, että no se vaan halusi sitä tosi paljon. Siellä chattiin postaillaan meemejä mun vetämästä DD5-pelistä. Haaste. Mutta joo, se oli semmonen, mikä Tiger Craneissäkin ärsytti mua tässä Kiina-animessa, että tämä yksi näistä päähenkilöistä pystyy vaan ottaa isänsä keihään ja sitten olla silleen, mutta kun mä päätin, että mä haluan olla vahvin ja sitten muistella, että mun isä koulutti mua ja mä haluan mennä ylitte jopa siitä ihan vaan kunnioituksena häntäkin kohtaan ja sitä, mitä me tarkoitamme toisillemme. Ja nyt minä yhtäkkiä bustasinkin tämän busted out tämän legendaarisen tekniikan, joka ei kukaan opettanut sulle sitä legendaarista tekniikkaa. Ei se isä sitä osannut. Joten mistä se niin kuin sun mieleen vaan ilmestyi, koska sä halusit? Ei se toimi niin. Kertokaa mulle tarina siitä, miten se sai sen ultimate-tekniikan. Kyllä mä tuun uskomaan, jos mulle vaan kerrotaan se tarina. Mutta joo, tommoset asiat on mulle semmosia... Mä en tykkää sellaista laiskoista vastauksista. Mä haluan, että niinku näihin juttuihin on joku selitys, joku vastaus. Sitten mä oon valmis hyväksymään ne vastaukset, mutta sun täytyy eka sanoa, mitkä ne vastaukset on. Esim. Mä oon valmis hyväksymään niinkin semmosen, tiedätkö, mundaanin vastauksen, kun mä lupasin. Joo, senaattori siellä sanoo, mä lupasin. Joo, tämä on tämä, mistä me ollaan puhuttukin senaattorin kanssa. Bleach käyttää tuota aina välillä, että päähenkilö ei voi voittaa, pahis pieksää sitä, pahis vettää vielä kovemman formin, päähenkilö ei varsinkaan voi voittaa, nyt se ottaa vielä enemmän turpaan. Pahis vettää vielä kolmannen muodon, ja nyt tuntuu siltä, että no päähenkilöhän kuolee yhdestä iskusta, jos tuo enää lyö sitä, ja sitten päähenkilö yhtäkkiä ottaa kaksin käsin miekastaan kiinni. Joku sivullinen ystävähahmo huutaa silleen, että Ichigo, sä lupasit, että et sä häviä. Ja sit se on silleen, niin mä lupasinkin. Mä lupasin, että mä en häviä. Ja sitten se voittaa yhdellä iskulla, ja mä oon silleen, okei. Mut miten? Niinku, millä mekaanismilla? Mistä sä sait ton voiman, mitä sulla ei aiemmin ollut? Tuo on semmonen juttu, mistä mä tykkään Dragon Ballissa tosi paljon, että siinä ei oo tollasia. Dragon Ballissa, jos sä et oo tarpeeksi kovaa, niin sä otat turpaa. Millä oikeudella? No, se nyt ei... se on eri kysymys. No on tommosia juttuja, että mä tykkään nuista aspekteista tarinankerronnassa sen verran paljon, että silloin kun mä oon pelaajana jossain DD-säkin ja mun hahmo saa levelin, niin mä tykkään aina selittää jollain tavalla, että minkä takia nyt tästä hahmosta tuli yhden levelin kovempi. Mitä se oppi? Mitä se tekee nyt toisella tavalla? Tai mistä se sai jonkun power-upin? Miksi nyt, kun se tulee seuraavaan taisteluun, ja se ottaakin oman taisteluasentonsa, niin oh shit, se on kovempi kuin se oli viimeksi. Niin kuin tästä on tullut parempi, tästä päähenkilöstä. Ja silloin, jos mä oon se PJ, joka vettää peliä, niin mä huomaan, että pelaajat, koska kaikilla on eri asiassa niiden niin kuin tarinankerrontaa, nämä focus pointit, että mihin ne kiinnittää itse huomiota omassa tarinankerrossaan. Jos mä PJ:nä huomaan, että pelaajat ei lähde kertomaan tarinaa siitä, että niistä tuli kovempia, niin sitten mä kerron siihen jotakin. Mä heitän jonkun sellaisen, tiedätkö, juonielementin, että no yön aikana sun druidin mestari yhtäkkiä hyppäski ikkunasta sisään ja on silleen, hei, mä huomasin, että sulla oli vähän ongelmia tuolla viime taistelussa, joten mäpä opetan sulle pari uutta temppua. Ja sitten ne lähtee yöllä niin kuin muuttuu joksikin susiksi ja lähtee juoksemaan pitkin mettiä ja se mestari opettaa sille oppilaalle jotain uusia temppuja. No niin, sä sait levelin, niin kuin tässä on miten se tapahtuu. Se on... Mä vaan tykkään siitä, että voimistumiselle on joku selitys. Mun mielestä se on laiskaa, jos se vaan, you know, se nyt vaan tapahtuu. Oikeastaan mä tykkään, että niinku kaikki tuommoinen olisi perustellumpaa kuin se yleensä on. Niinku mulla on myös semmoinen pet peeve, että julkaistuissa D&D-seikkailuissa monesti on tällaisia elementtejä, niinku että hei, täällä olisi tää 7 hengen katujengi. Ne pitäisi käydä pieksämässä. Ne on level 5 kaikki. Excuse me? Katujengi? Joka ikinen jäsen on level 5? Niinku, miten helvetissä? No kun pelaajat on level 7 tässä seikkailussa, niin se nyt vaan on sillä tavalla. Niin, että se olisi ehkä pelimekaaninen haaste. What? Level 5 tarkoittaa jotakin siellä maailman sisällä, ja se mitä se tarkoittaa on niin kuin ainakin tällaisessa D&D:n kolmosedikassa ja kaikissa sen johdannaisissa peleissä vitosleveli on käytännössä se käppi, mitä luonnollinen ihminen voi olla. Heti kun olet level 6, niin sun hahmo on hiukan yliluonnollinen. Se on kovempi joku Mike Tyson tai Muhammad Ali. Kovempi kuin realistinen ihminen. Joten nämä vitoslevelin katujengi, ne on Mike Tysoneita ja Muhammad Aleja, by the way. Ne on semmonen 7 hengen jengi, pelkkiä Mike Tysoneita. Holy shit! Mulle tulee itselle se ajatus, että joo, voihan nuo laittaa tonne tarinaan, mutta please, kirjoita ne. Niin kuin, eikö tuo olisi paljon kiinnostavampaa? Eikö tuo olisi heti paljon kiinnostavampaa, jos se seikkailu kertoisi sulle, jep, tää jengi by the way on 7 Mike Tysonia. Nää on ihan hullun kovia jätkiä. Näitä pelätään ja kunnioitetaan tässä koko kaupungissa, niistä kerrotaan legendaa ympäröivissä kaupungeissa. Nämä tyypit on the shit. Siinä vaiheessa, kun ne ympäröi sut, niin nää vaan annat sun korut ilman tappelua, koska siis Jesus Christ, nää et halua ryppyillä 1 Mike Tysonin kanssa, niin entä sitten 7 sellaista? Tuo on se aspekti, mikä mua aina ihmetyttää tommosissa, niin kuin, että eikö nää ole hauskoja miettiä? Why is all the swearing in English? Oh, hey, XN! It's kind of the sort of person I am. I've always been throwing in like English language phrases into whatever I'm talking about. Finnish swear words are too intense? That's actually true. That is actually correct. Like, if I were to tell that story and I wanted to emphasize my exasperation about certain aspects of it, then I can't just go out and say, vittu, this is vitun perseestä, because that makes me sound like I'm actually like legit angry. Or especially if I shout like, perkele tämä vituttaa minua. That would make me sound like I'm just about ready to commit Sudoku over this. Yeah, so that's why. in either case, wait, I'm actually not seeing XN here in the chat list. Did XN leave already? Joko tuo XNF lähti paikalta? Mulla se ei ainakaan näy tuolla viewer-listassa. Käväskö se vaan niinku pop in? I'm not sure. Oh, okay, you're still here. Okay, you're still here. Just wanted to make sure. It's always this, this Twitch community tab. I refresh it and it just doesn't show everybody. Yeah, the viewer list doesn't work. Yep, that's how I see it too. It just doesn't work. It's busted. That's the way it is. But honestly, like, once you learn a bunch of languages, you'll often find that a certain language has a better phrase for something you're looking for than your own language. So if you're in the heat of the moment, like ranting about something, and you'll need that precise phrase, and it doesn't exist in your language, you'll just switch languages and go, siis mä ajattelin, että Jesus Christ, because the Jesus Christ is like the perfect, what, expletive, is that the word? For that situation. But yeah, that's why. Anyway, the thing I was talking about was that, I was talking about role-playing games. The broader discussion was, in storytelling, I don't like it when the source of a character's power or how they got there isn't explained at all. And as a viewer, you're just supposed to accept that, yeah, he just grew stronger now. I'm talking about the instances in anime where a character will just have a flashback, think about their father or something, and grab their weapon with both hands and go, I can't lose now, I promised my father, and then they'll like get 10 times stronger. I don't like that. I don't like that. Because I prefer it even when somebody has those intentions, they still don't get to win. It's way more interesting to me if having that obsession, like, I can't lose now, I just can't. Well, that only gives them grit. Like, it makes them get up even when they're beaten, but doesn't let them win. You don't suddenly become better than Mike Tyson at boxing by wanting it really bad. You have to actually train. You have to actually be better than Mike Tyson. If you're not, then you can have an awesome moment where you refuse to go down and you'll still get beat up. And I think that's better. That's more interesting. Yeah, so that was like the broad topic here. And then once the series like deposits this question, well, this guy is stronger than our hero, way stronger. And you're left with the question, well, how does the hero win then? How is that possible? That's the question that the series now needs to answer. And the answer is supposed to be at least somewhat interesting. Like I was just telling the story where how in Dragon Ball they can't beat Kid Buu. Kid Buu is too strong. Can't be beaten. Okay, well, Goku uses this technique where he gets power from everyone on the planet. Well, he has no way of contacting everyone. Well, he does. There's this character who has these telepathic powers. He can contact the planet. Okay, good. The planet refuses to help. They're like, nah, we're not giving you shit. We don't know who you are. So then they have to get the superstar character, the one everybody likes, and he has to contact everyone using this telepathic guy's powers and be like, come on, guys! It's me! It's your hero! Give this guy your power! He's fighting with me! And then everybody's like, yeah, our hero! Let's give him our powers! And then he wins. And now you're satisfied because the story has been told. You've been given the story. Well, how do they win? If this guy is unbeatable, then how do they win? That's a satisfying answer to that question. Just having the guy power up because they really like their dad or something, that is not a satisfying answer. Crystal Boykin voitettiin kunnon kikkailulla. Joo. What Holger is saying here in chat is that in the anime Space Adventure Cobra, the villain Crystal Boy was defeated by using like elaborate trickery. And this is true. And that's why it was satisfying. It was satisfying as hell. When finally, like, the final blow got delivered and as a viewer you were like, oh, so that's how they get him. So that's how they beat him. That's it becomes more satisfying. Level 5 katujengillähän on silleen sen maailman alkaponeja. True. Level 5 street gang. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like that, like there are these published adventure modules where villainous NPCs just get given class levels because they're supposed to be a match for the player characters. Like, well, the player characters are level 7, so here is this street gang of level 5 thugs. And it's like, how did they get that fucking strong? How? Please tell me the story of how they got so strong. I'd love to hear it. Did you see that event of Ursula von der Leyen? What did von der Leyen do now? I've been sick for 2 weeks, so no, I haven't followed politics that much. I was just about to get into it, though. This is good a time as any to start getting into politics. Let's do political discussion. That's what the channel is all about, after all. What did von der Leyen do? Do you have a... I mean, I don't think I'll find it just Googling von der Leyen. Do you have a link for me? We can look into it, if you'd like. And this applies to everyone else as well. Just feel free to give me topics and I'll give you my take. She was giving a speech about how people should appreciate their freedom to protest her, all while the person protesting her was being arrested. Oh, yeah. I think, it's the same. It's from weeks ago. Yeah. I think we did cover that. My memory of it is rather hazy, though. Wait, yeah, it's coming back to me. It's coming. Good old Wonder Lion, yeah. It's all coming back to me. I think all the facts weren't out when we looked into it. We looked at the videos and it looked bad. However, the official story was that the press had been given instructions on not crossing a certain line, and if they did, they would get arrested. Like, apparently they had been informed of this. And then this person just approached von der Leyen anyway, disregarded those instructions, and got arrested for it. Now, my take still is that it looked bad. It was bad publicity. And the cop who started shouting about it also looked like an absolute fascist, so did not make himself look good at all. Oh, right, the Finnish. Oh, that was a different one. Oh, right. Okay, so no, yeah, I don't think maybe we haven't covered this one. Oh no, yeah, no, we haven't covered this one. Okay, good catch. Let's look at it. Let's look at this one. I'm gonna show you guys. This is the first time I'm seeing this, by the way. Okay, the stream deck is not working. There. Okay. Let's see what this is. Let's see if we can make heads or tails of this.
To those who scream and yell here so loud, they can be happy that they are in a free country like Finland, where the free speech is a right, where they have not any restrictions. If they would be in Moscow, they would be in jail in 2 minutes. Thank God we have a democracy. Thank God we have free speech.
Well, that certainly looks bad. Okay, that does certainly look bad. A protester was being arrested. That's certainly what that looked like. What are the okay, I don't have a Twitter account, so can't read the comments on this one. Is there, can we find an article on this? This happened yesterday, right? Yeah, this happened yesterday. All right, let's see what we can find. Let's see if this was, if maybe if Yle is talking about this. Let's see. Do we have anything on this happening? Oh my God, we haven't even talked about Ukraine and how the United States is being not good about that whole thing. How like the terms that were put forth for the peace deal were completely dictated by Putin. Like completely and utterly. Oh, it's actually older, but that post blew up and was easier to find. Okay, well, in that case, yeah, we might not be able to find anyone talking about it now if it's older. Right, well, it certainly looked bad. And if I can't find anything more on it, then my take is that it is bad. That the police, Yeah, and the US government released Putin's terms as the Trump peace deal. Yeah, they did do that, fist beam. They absolutely did do that. That is a thing that happened. Yeah, okay, so the von der Leyen thing, it looked bad. So unless I find something that excuses it, I'm gonna say it is bad, right? The guy was yelling. I think he's allowed to, right? I don't think that's against the rules. The police was dragging him away for yelling loudly. There are places where the police will drag you away for yelling loudly, but protesting? Is that standard practice? Like, if you're being disruptive at a place like that, is it standard practice for the police to drag you off? Should it be? Yeah, it doesn't look good, does it? Especially when the topic that's being discussed is, you're allowed to protest here, you'd get arrested in Russia. Person gets arrested for protesting. Yeah. Certainly bad. How about you guys? Do you guys see any nuance in that? No, not like that. Right. No, don't protest here. Don't take what I said and then do the thing I said. No. I meant in spirit you are allowed to protest, but don't actually protest, you will get arrested. Yeah, that certainly looks bad. Onko sulla se piteikkiä tuosta? Koska...
Mikä on se?
Elikkä niinku... Tässä I'm talking to Seppi who's off camera here. Elikkä niinku... Von der Leyen oli just puhumassa siitä, miten on mahtavaa, että täällä sä saat protestoja ja sua ei pidätetä. Samalla tyyppi, joka huutaa sille, niin poliisit raahaa sitä pois. Okay, so Seppi's gonna sit down here and watch. Annetaanpa sullekin mikrofoni sinne päin.
How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
Elikkä mä taisin jo sulkea sen, mutta tässä se on uudestaan. Elikkä here we go. Ja
ja klikkaa vielä tuosta web tuolta siinä.
Kyllä.
Thank you very much for receiving me. And first of all, to those who scream and yell here so loud, they can be happy that they are in a free country like Finland, where the free speech is a right, where they have not any restrictions. If they would be in Moscow, they would be in jail in 2 minutes. Thank God we have a democracy. Thank God we have free speech. We can...
Looks bad, right?
Yeah.
Like the guy wasn't even throwing hands.
I mean, there is that thing that you have to get a permission in Finland if you want to protest or counter-protest. So, I don't know, this seems like a gray area to me.
Right, is that standard practice? Like if you, if a politician is speaking on stage and you go, "You suck!" Is it standard practice for the police to drag you off?
It does not happen that often, at least. I don't think so.
Right.
I mean, Riikka Purra came to yell at people in Oulu, the central of Oulu, like, punaliput liehu.
Oh, menkää töihin.
I don't believe anyone got arrested, even though people were like really protesting.
Yeah, and from what we saw in the video, that looked just like one guy who was upset. And from the video, he wasn't even doing anything. He was just angry and loud.
Also, Wonderlion does in fact want to jail you for criticizing her because she wants to read all your private files and communications.
This is accurate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the chat control is for another topic.
Yes, but it is true. It is true.
But yet, this definitely is not a good look that you...
Yeah, when Wonderlion says you are lucky that you're living in a free country where you're allowed to protest, she says it like, "Oh, you're lucky, but just you wait."
No, there's no way. This does not look good. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this, at least.
Yeah.
Where people get arrested from a crowd
Yeah.
for yelling.
Yeah, that's bad, right?
Yeah.
I wonder when this happened. The clip just blew up yesterday, but
And especially since she just talked about how you can protest whatever you want here,
and the guy's getting arrested while she's talking. It's chat control is not sufficient to control Giga Chat. That's true. You need some form of Giga Chat control.
What was the comment on the
Can't
tweet there?
Can't read because
That moment when unelected EU President Ursula von der Leyen, during her visit to Finland, was
right.
telling the audience that in Russia you would be arrested for protesting, while at the same moment a protester was being arrested.
Yeah. I was about to read the comments, but I don't have a Twitter account, so. Oh wait, we have a WokeriPokeri Twitter, right?
Not on X, I believe.
Oh, okay. Maybe we should.
Yeah, we should do it.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm keeping you from your stuff.
Yeah. that was my take. That wasn't a good look.
It was not a good look, yeah. Yeah, it looked bad. I was about to read the comments, but all the commenters got arrested. Yeah. There were like 250 comments, but they arrested every single one. Yeah, well. And this is Finland. I guess you're not allowed to protest in Finland, I guess. I guess that's the kind of country we live in then. Seems bad. Like, I wonder why people aren't talking about that though. Like here in Finland. I wonder when that happened. If anyone can find me any like source on when that thing went down, because I'd like to know if there was discussion on it, like if it sparked up some controversy, because it should have. If it's as bad as it looks, then it really raises questions on like free speech in Finland. Aren't we allowed to yell at politicians? Is it already forbidden and we just didn't know about it? That's the kind of stuff I want to know. Yeah, anyway. On to more politics. Oh, wait. European Commission President to meet with Prime Minister Orpo in Helsinki. Okay, so this was in August, it seems. Yeah. This happened 3 months ago and people just let it slide, I guess. Jeez. Huh. Well, I think people should be talking about that. Who was that person and why did they get arrested? Just for shouting? Is it illegal? What? Voi olla, että poliisilla on vähän vieraskoreampi suhtautuminen ulkomaalaispolitiikkaan. You know, Holger, I thought about the same thing. Like what Holger is saying right there is that it might be that when we get like a high-profile foreign politician, the police gets a little bit antsier, you know? Like they maybe get a... Well, I don't want to say like an itchy trigger finger, because the Finnish cops at least don't like shoot people. They're like not like the United States cops whose primary job is to just shoot black people. But the Finnish cops normally don't shoot people, but it was on... Jimmy, what's going on over there? Jimmy, what's going on with your... What kind of an animal got onto your keyboard? Or was Jimmy taken over by some kind of alien entity? Was on social media back then too. That's why I thought maybe it'd be stale news for you. No, I hadn't heard of that one. I had not heard. Thanks for linking it. That's important. They do shoot people sometimes, but it always makes the news when they do. It's kind of propaganda about US police. I don't care. It's also like their favorite thing to do. They really love shooting black people. It's their favorite thing. I don't feel bad about saying that at all. No. Seriously. Oh, they do other stuff too. They beat up protesters. Like the United States police loves beating up college students. Like if they see a college student with a sign, they'll just take their baton and they'll beat the shit out of that college student. Plenty of people don't mind repeating bullshit propaganda, I suppose. Oh, you don't think they do that, huh? You think the United States police is getting unfairly treated in how they handle, like, the college protests, or you think there's like too much pressure being put on the United States police? Like, you think there's an unfair amount? Do you? Oh man, because if you do, you live in a more beautiful imaginary world than I live in, pal. Many US police are power-hungry assholes, in my opinion. Oh, they are, for sure. Like, the United States police, they pretty much take people who are too crazy for the military, and they just give them a gun and train them with, like, warrior training. Tell them to just, you know, shoot first and ask questions later. Many Finnish police are too, but we have strict rules that they are forced to follow. That's right. That is correct. And when you look up on what kind of people are in the Finnish police force, when their like internal chat logs get leaked, there are a bunch of Nazis over there. I guess it's just that weird to be lectured by foreigners receiving propaganda from afar about what I can see myself. Okay, XN. All right. So you can see by yourself that the police are not doing this, right? You can see it with your own eyes because certainly your like news media is covering all the violent crimes made by the United States police, right? Oh man. So a lot of that reminds me of that one case where a cop started firing because a pine cone dropped on the roof of a police car. Almost shot a guy because of this. I can see that even by the very statistics propagandists try to use, that it doesn't actually support. What the fuck are you on about? What are you on about, XN? What has made you so convinced of the moral and ideological purity of the United States police? Jesus, what made you like this? Who's gotten into your head? Like, all you need to do is look up any camera footage of an anti-Israel protest. Nothing. I don't trust the police. I also don't trust state-backed propaganda. Oh, your state isn't on the police's case. Trust me. They're not. Your media is not efficiently reporting on the crimes committed by your police. Because your media is all right-wing. You do not have a left-wing media. But any college student who just takes out their phone and records how the police are handling them, sheesh. Proving my point by parroting more Okay, where do you think I'm getting this from? Do you think I'm state-controlled? What do you think this channel is? Okay, there is now a high chance that I'm speaking to someone who genuinely is in some kind of an information blackout. If so, that's regrettable. The United States media is all right-wing media. It is all right-wing media. Like, you no longer have currently any left-wing media. You don't even have a centrist media currently. All of United States media is beholden to the Trump administration. And they're sane-washing everything he does. This is in fact the official Finnish woke headquarters, and it is funded by the secret communist conspiracy foundation. But don't tell anyone. Yeah, that's right. The state-backed WokeriPokeri is out here, like, only bringing you state media. Yeah, no, your police is pretty bad, pal. You said the loud part quiet. Right. Like, I'm not sure where I should start with this. Like, do you think that the United States police forces are, up and up? Like, they're all good? No, I'm not saying like every single individual. That would be an unfair standard. I'm saying compared to like British police or Finnish police, do you think that United States police are not like quicker to escalate to violence, quicker to draw a firearm, quicker to shoot? especially when apprehending a black person. Like, do you think there's someone making this up? And if so, who? Who benefits from this narrative? Like, what's the conspiracy here? Who is crafting these lies if you think they're lies? Ooh, we have some data here. I was just saying because I wouldn't have the patience. Oh, but I'm genuinely interested in stuff like this. That's the reason I run a politics channel. Because me, as a progressive leftist, I'm out here having difficulty imagining why everyone else isn't also a progressive leftist. Because leftist progressivism is the thing that makes the most sense. Once you observe the facts and reach your own conclusions, the most sensible one becomes progressive leftist. And I'm wondering what's going on with people where they're not reaching the same conclusion. So that's why I have this patience you speak of. I'm genuinely interested how people get to their beliefs. Like, how is it possible to? Many places, I just actually check the sources. Statistics on violent crime are typically gathered by the government, who has various incentives to skew the data. But even if you go by the data, it doesn't support the propagandist's story. Okay, let's check out this link here. Okay. A list of countries with annual rates and counts for killings by law enforcement officers. All right. Rape per 10 million. This is like the hardline number. Like, this has not been compared to population. But this has, right? Yeah, I recommend sorting by rate per 10 million. Yeah, I thought so. I thought that would be the best one. Okay, so Denmark, Iceland, Switzerland, Croatia, the police don't kill anyone. Okay, they just don't kill anyone. Which I think is where we want to be, right? You want to have a police force that does not kill anyone. That's the dream, right? Do we have a disagreement here? Japan, they killed 2 people. United Kingdom, 3 people. Poland, 2 people. And yeah, you got Taiwan, Portugal, Sweden, Czechia, Germany, Hong Kong. And here's Finland at 15. Killed 1 person. Okay, it could be worse. I mean, optimally you'd want this number to be 0, but it could be worse. You've got your Indonesia, where the number is high, but there's also a big population, so it's still, like, not the worst. Netherlands. I wonder if there's like anything statistical we could say that from the Netherlands has this number of 14. Like, why do people keep getting Well, I'm not sure if it's fair to say keep getting killed in the Netherlands, since 14 is still just 14, but... Alright, the police didn't kill any criminals in Japan because Yagami Light already got them. That's true. That's pretty true. They've outsourced their killing of criminals to the guy with the death note. That's true. One guy killed in Luxembourg. Canada 69, nice. We're in Mexico now and we're already up to 371. And the rate per 10 million is 28.3, whereas here it was, where Finland was at, it was like 1.8, okay. And here you've got the states. You've got the states right here. They are worse than Mexico, worse than Rwanda, Sudan, and Mali, but not as bad as everything that comes after. Not nice, but also nice. Yeah. Data compiled by the Washington Post? Yeah, okay. Worse than Mexico, which has a literal drug war going on. Yeah, that's right. And here are the countries that have it worse. Like, okay, so worse than the states, there's... You've got some countries you don't want to be on the same line with over here. You really don't. I don't know about Saint Vincent and the Grenadines. I gotta admit to you, I don't know what that is. I think they made up this one. I don't think this one's real. This is a fake country.
The United States has a far higher number of police killings compared to other Western countries.
Yeah, I tried finding some other Western country from here, and there isn't one. It is the worst. It is the very worst. Now, I think XN's defense here is that you don't believe this is true. Like, you think this is fake. Like, these are lies, is what XN is saying. Probably downplayed, probably many police killings that were not documented as such. Right, so the United States is pretty bad if you think this is downplayed. Or do you think that these guys have downplayed it? Do you agree that this is where the United States is ranked? Or do you think it should be even worse? I'm trying to be genuine here. I'm not trying to lambast you. Shaking my head, not knowing about St. Vincent and the Grenadines and their capital of Kingstown. Totally didn't just Google that. St. Vincent and the Grenadines would be an excellent band name. It would be an excellent band name. Yeah, we're St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So, XN, if you agree that that's where the United States ranks, then I don't think we disagree on anything. Like, the United States cops are uniquely killers compared to other police forces in Western countries. We agree on that, right? There's no disagreement there. I tend not to challenge the idea that the US police are involved in a large number of shootings. There's more than one gun per person here. High levels of police shootings are pretty much expected as a consequence, and there are plenty of corrupt cops in the US on top of that. Yeah, I gathered it's more than one, yeah. Finland is secretly killing 20 times as many criminals, and we're just burying them all in Santa Claus's backyard, so the media never reports on it. Okay. So, you don't think there's something uniquely bad in how the United States police forces are organized and trained? You think it's only because of how many guns there are? I'm not saying that can't have an effect on it. I'm just asking whether you think there are any other forces at play besides just the availability of firearms. Also, I think we have more firearms per capita in Finland than in the States. But I think that statistic is just because our hunters have so many rifles per hunter. So I'm not gonna start arguing that point. Obviously, the guys walking in the streets out there are not packing heat. So that's a difference. Oh, hey! Fist Beam's gifting subs! Let's go! Let's go! Hell yeah! Thanks for the gifted subs. Thanks, Giga Chat. I see you. $22 minutes left of 35% off from gift subs. Bundles of 5 and up. Oh! Corpa clap. Corpa clap. Woohoo! Let's go! I wish we had more uses for our dynaamiset vaikutukset in our channel points, but sadly, like the real dynaamiset vaikutukset, they do nothing. Okay, so OMG, that's right, OMG is right. When are we getting Petteri Korpa emote? Oh, we should! That's a good one. We should have Petteri Korpa emote. Subbed boy. Let's go. I think we should make sure to have it face right so it works with the clap emote. Oh yeah, that's true. It should like be... Yeah, that's right, that's right. And also because Corpo always faces right anyway, that's true. Anyway, there's so much to talk about. We should get on to other topics. I feel like we haven't even talked about the leaked. No, I mean the leaked Epstein emails, because that happened right after the last time we were on. I've been sick for 2 weeks, so there's a bunch of stuff we haven't talked about. But it's always difficult to, get into old news, because there isn't like an easy site or a link I can follow where I can take you guys through all the data that got released back then. But the Epstein emails were wild, man. There was like a bunch of stuff on there. It's like there were more and more confirmations that Trump really liked the younger girls on Epstein's island. Like, he really did. He hasn't been convicted of it, but it seems pretty safe to say by now. There was that victim testimony that came forth about how Trump would spend time locked in a room with her and hurt her or something. I wish I could remember all the details, but I've been sick for 2 weeks, so I haven't really been paying that close attention to all this stuff. I've just happened to hear it while browsing the internet. But that Epstein email stuff got really bad. And it's gotten to the point where MAGA is having a hard time defending Trump over this stuff. Like, he's obviously a pedophile. Everybody knows it by now. Then there's the Ukraine stuff that we touched upon, like, oh, a hype chest. What do we get? What do we get? We get this thing. I'm I'm not that knowledgeable on how Twitch works, but apparently we unlocked this thing that I just posted in chat. Apparently we did. Choo choo. Anyway, yeah, there was the whole next time maybe we'll break Neuro's hype train record. Somehow I highly doubt it. Somehow I doubt that we'll get that far here, but I mean, hey, if you guys can pull it off. Anyway, the whole Trump peace deal thing. What was there was some big thing there that actually proved that it was all written by Putin or his men. Only GigaChat can pull it. Only GigaChat can pull. That's true though. That is true though. I do believe in you. So the Trump thing. Where did we? The whole thing where it was like, yeah, this is just written by Putin. Can we find all the info on that stuff somewhere? Because that was really interesting, and I want to show you guys the stuff that went down. Trump peace deal Putin. Okay, there's an independent article about it that's like a week old. Okay, maybe we can look at this one. Let's see. I'm gonna show you guys this. There we go. How Trump's peace plan for Ukraine has been entirely dictated by Putin. Let's see if this is what I was thinking of. There we go. They've got a video. Well, let's see if the video is related to the story. It's not loading though. Okay, here we go. Let's see what they got.
Теперь, что касается новых санкций. Во-первых, ничего нового здесь нет. Да, они для нас носят серьезный, конечно, характер, это понятно, и будут иметь определенные последствия, но существенно все-таки не скажутся на нашем экономическом самочувствии. Это, конечно, попытка оказать давление на Россию. Но ни одна уважающая себя страна и ни один уважающий себя народ никогда ничего не решает под давлением. И, безусловно, Россия имеет такую привилегию чувствовать себя, считать себя в этом списке уважающих себя стран и народов. Конечно, это акт недружественный в отношении России, это очевидная вещь, и он не укрепляет российско-американские отношения, которые вот только-только начали восстанавливаться. Конечно, такими действиями администрация США наносит ущерб российско-американским отношениям.
Putin is saying that, yeah, that talked about oil sanctions. Okay.
I mean, the ROI
Stop.
on catching a vulnerability.
Can I? There we go. Pop-up ads. Well, this seems pretty narrativized, but I do think if this tells the whole story, then I still think it's true. But this is some narrativized language here. Vladimir Putin has snapped the puppet strings tight, and the U.S. president is again dancing the Moscow jig. That's not inaccurate, but it is narrativized. Is there any... Does it go into detail? Because I could have already told you that much. I want details. Yeah, this doesn't seem very... Almost read like AI slop there, so don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know. If anybody's gonna... Like I said, I'm a little bit out of it today because I've been sick for 2 weeks and I'm still like reeling from the after effects. So if anybody's got a good link on that to like give me, then this'll go down a whole lot easier. Let's see if I can find anything from Yle on this, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna just show you guys my screen so I'm not just like scrolling silently while you guys have nothing to look at. Trying to scroll past like Russia invasion news. Oh, and there's the Zelensky corruption thing also we haven't touched upon. That thing's big too. Okay, so Zelensky's done a good job like defending his country, but apparently while doing so he's been allies with these money-hungry oligarchs of his own country, and he's just been aiding the corruption, which he promised to help fight, which isn't good. I can't find anything on it. Rauha. Oh. Poistettu Putinin keskeisiä vaatimuksia, but that would be a good thing, right? Is this like a new story where they've now taken out some of Putin's demands? Yeah, I think that was like the story there, that the Trump peace deal originally... Oh, right, I wasn't showing you the thing, I was scrolling accidentally. Oh, hello. First time chatter. Welcome to WokeriPokeri. This is like a Twitch channel where me and my co-host, who's currently sick, we talk about like leftist and progressive stuff. We're the most woke channel on all of Twitch. We were just looking into the Trump peace deal and how originally it was just like all of Putin's demands were just on the Trump peace deal. I think that was like the big story. I'm piecing this together as I'm sitting here because I've been sick for 2 weeks, so I haven't really been keeping up with the politics, but chat is here to help me out in case I miss something, so let's have a look at this. Apparently Putin's key demands have now been removed from the peace plan. Are you more woke than Vosh? Yes, I am more woke. No, wait, he's not a Twitch streamer, so I don't have to compete with him. He's a YouTube streamer. This is the most woke channel on Twitch, but who knows if me and Vosh were to go head-to-head on simply like our wokeness power level. Who knows what would happen? And who knows if the world could handle that clash? And you are more woke than Hassan because you don't shock dogs. That's true. That's true. His demands are removed from the peace deal, so they won't be getting those areas that they control right now. That's what I'm actually trying to find out. So, last I heard of it, Putin was going to get just everything he'd already conquered. So, we'll see if that's changed. Because the Trump administration did catch a lot of backlash from them just completely kowtowing to Putin. So let's see if they've done something about that. Okay. Territorial sessions are still open and experts see no signs of an end to Russia's invasion. Latest version of the peace plan prepared by the United States has apparently removed passages that are important to Russia. Okay, the originally 28-point plan has shrunk to about 20 points. Can we see the 28-point plan? There's no force on Earth that will make Russia retreat from those areas, I fear. Or, well, technically there is one force, but that comes with a lot of drawbacks, mainly of the gamma radiation kind. Yeah, that's probably true, but it doesn't help if that's what you bring to the table. If you are in a negotiation situation with an enemy nation, and you come into the room with, yeah, you just get to have everything, then you're not really negotiating. I agree that there might be no way to get them out of there. That might be true. But if that is so, then we do have to make them like fight tooth and nail for that. Which one does Trump think of as his enemy, I wonder? Yeah, I wonder much the same. Even if geopolitically it is clear which one is his ally and which one is his enemy. He only wants Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, Kherson and Crimea. Can we see the entire 28-point plan? I want to see it. Trump peace deal 28-point plan. Can we see it? I want to see it. Financial Times. Calls on Kyiv to withdraw troops from eastern Donetsk. Limit size of Ukrainian forces. All right. Ukraine's sovereignty will be confirmed. A comprehensive and comprehensive. None. So... What am I not getting here? Why would this be how it reads? Why would the non-aggression agreement be comprehensive and comprehensive? Why would that be the actual deal? Why? Will be concluded between Russia... Because both Trump and Putin are senile. Yeah, I'm genuinely wondering how... Because does this not, like, go through anyone? Like, is there not even a spell checker present who can have a look at the 28-point plan and go, wait, you're just repeating a word? Or... is it that... Yes, fist beam, that was... You beat me to it, but that was what I was gonna say next. Is it that this was just automatically translated from Russian, where those were two different words? That's what I thought too. Like, that would explain this. It would mean that the Trump administration just took Russia's peace plan... Russia's list of demands, I mean. Google translated it and did not look at it. Is that possible? Well, whether it is or not, whether it is possible or not, what we see is the evidence of our eyes. This did get through into the final version. like they published this. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Will be concluded in Russia. Yeah, all ambiguities of the last 30 years. What does this mean? What does this mean? Ambiguities of the last 30 years? So since 1995. Oh, right. It means... Wait, no. Where did Russia attack in the during like Yeltsin years? Other sites have the list without the typo on step 2. I believe that. But here they specifically mention that the typo is not their own, but the typo is as listed, right? Yeah, yes, Blitzix, I believe you. I believe that the typo has been corrected in other places where it's being reported on, but this would imply that they purposefully did not correct any typos and left them as is. It would be different if this was like the website's typo. But since you've got this here, that means that they just left it as is. I don't know. Anyway, I was still on this one. So, what happened in 1995? What, like, disagreements about territory between Russia, Ukraine, and Europe exist starting from 1995? Does anyone know? I don't think they invaded anyone in 1995. I don't know. I'm not that good with stuff that happened when I was like 8 years old. It is expected that Russia will not invade neighboring countries and NATO will not Well, that's not good. Like not letting Ukraine into NATO after the hostilities have ceased? Why would you do that? Of course you're letting them into NATO. Of course. Of course we're doing that, right? A dialogue will be held between Russia and NATO, mediated by the United States, to resolve all security issues and create conditions for de-escalation in order to ensure global security and increase opportunities for cooperation and future economic development. Okay, so I don't like it when Ukraine does not get invited to these things. Like, the country that's being invaded. In 1995, they were negotiating about the division, Crimea and debt to Russia. Okay, so that's what it's referring to then. Gotcha. Anyway, I don't like it when Ukraine's not invited to the table. When they're negotiating the fate of that particular country and the country isn't even invited into the discussion. I don't like that. Ukraine will receive reliable security guarantees, of course. The size of the Ukrainian armed forces will be limited to 600. Why? Why though? Why? It's like so yeah, we're totally not gonna attack you again, guys. Just please make your military smaller. Ooh. Russia gets scared when the big Ukrainian military is so scary. Make it tinier, okay? We're not gonna invade you or nothing. We don't ever break our security guarantees. You can trust us. Ukraine agrees to enshrine in its constitution that it will not join NATO. Yeah, I don't like this, no. And NATO agrees to include in its statutes a provision that Ukraine will not be admitted in the future. What the hell? And this was the Trump peace deal. Oh my god, that's terrible. NATO agrees not to station oh yeah, in Ukraine. Okay, but still bad. Still bad. Misread it at first. Misread it that they won't station troops in Europe, and I was like, what? But yeah, it's Ukraine. Still bad. European fighter jets will be stationed in Poland. Okay. US guarantee. The US will... yeah, this was the one. I was waiting to get to this. Blitzix was like, what the fuck? Yeah. The US will receive compensation for the guarantee. Yeah, give us shit. Give us shit. We want shit. Give it to us. If Ukraine invades Russia, it will lose the guarantee. Okay. If Russia invades Ukraine, in addition to a decisive coordinated military response, all global sanctions will be reinstated. Recognition of the new territory and all other benefits of this deal will be revoked. Right. If Ukraine launches a missile at Moscow or St. Petersburg without cause, the security guarantee will be deemed invalid. I bet that Russia would have just used this one. Like, it's so easy for them to take a drone past the Ukraine border, then fire it from Ukraine into Russia, and just be like, they fired at us. It's exactly the type of thing they do. Or they might just invade, because they don't care. Ukraine is eligible for EU membership and will receive short-term presidential access to the European market while this issue is being considered. Okay. Powerful global package of measures to rebuild Ukraine, including but not limited to the creation of a Ukraine Development Fund to invest in fast-growing industries, including technology, data centers, and artificial intelligence. The United States will cooperate with Ukraine to jointly... okay, good. Yeah, gas infrastructure, yeah, okay. Joint efforts to rehabilitate war-affected areas for the restoration, okay. Infrastructure development. Wait. Extraction of minerals and natural resources. This is the thing Trump's been wanting, right? So, is that for Ukraine or for the United States? I don't know. Not sure about that one, Chief. So what part of this deal changed? Apparently 8 points got taken out of this. I'm still looking into this. Like I said, I was sick for 2 weeks, so this is the first time I'm seeing this. Russia will be reintegrated into the global economy. Lifting of sanctions will be discussed and agreed upon in stages and on a case-by-case basis. Yeah, this is all good if they, like, stop. If we had a good peace deal, then this is the expected outcome, right? I mean, you can't have the sanctions up forever if they're no longer being aggressors. So, yeah, this one makes sense. Frozen funds, yeah, of course. Ensure compliance, yeah. Russia will enshrine in law its policy of non-aggression towards Europe and Ukraine. Well, that would be interesting, seeing as they'd probably still invade, right? Because it's not like Russia's gonna stop invading. Yes, give the bully better deals. Yeah, I mean, I'm not agreeing with it, Blitzix. I'm just saying it makes sense to offer them, like, a place back in the global market if they stop invading Ukraine. I think that makes sense. The United States and Russia will agree to extend the validity of treaties. Yeah, okay. Start one. Ukraine agrees to be a non-nuclear state, that's not a good idea. I think Ukrainian nuclear weapons would be a good way for them to ensure that there isn't a further Russian invasion of their land. I think nuclear weapons would be pretty good for that. Okay. An equal nuclear power plant. Eliminating racism and prejudice. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the situation in Ukraine is on like being bigoted towards like, I don't know, Russian Orthodox churches. I don't know. But if they are bigoted against them, I think it's understandable when you consider the fact that the patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church is blessing weapons that are used to kill Ukrainians. So yeah, I'd be a little bit peeved too in those circumstances. Oh, Nazi ideology must be rejected. Well, this is a good thing, even though I know like the Russian anti-Nazi speech is just a dog whistle. They claim that the Ukrainians are Nazis and that's why they're fighting them, which is ridiculous. Yeah, here we have the territories. Recognizes de facto Russian. Will relinquish other agreed territories outside the 5 regions, right? Oh, and right, the Donetsk Oblast would become a neutral buffer zone. That's not great either, I think. Internationally recognized as territory belonging to the Russian Federation. No, that's not great at all, is it now? What else is there? Yeah, okay. Standard stuff, I think. Ukraine will hold elections in 100 days? Okay. Were they not up for I mean, in wartime, I'm sure, like, the elections have been postponed, but I don't think they were gonna become a dictatorship after the war ends. Of course, what do I know? But I don't think there's any proof of that. My friend, I can tell you that many Ukrainians are indeed Nazis. If you go on TikTok and set your location to Ukraine with a VPN, you will see many videos of them doing Nazi salutes with the Ukrainian. Oh, no, I'm sure there are plenty of... I'm sure there are plenty of Nazis in Ukraine. Like for instance, you do have the What was it? What was the Ukrainian Nazi part of the military called? Plenty of Nazis, but are they Ukrainians? I think probably, right? I'm just saying, like, yeah, there are some Nazis there. I'm sure there are. I heard there were especially many in Luhansk and Donetsk. Right. But yeah, there are Nazis there. You'd expect some. I mean, there are Nazis in Finland too. I'm just saying that the Russians are using this as an excuse. They're saying they're denazifying Ukraine, which yeah, I don't think that's what's gonna happen if Russia takes control. Russia also had the Wagner group, right? Which was like a Nazi PMC. And they still have it, I think. Here we're actually protesting against them on Saturday. Right, I mean, as long as we, like, call off our thing that we were supposed to be doing on Saturday. But yeah, we do have an anti-Nazi protest coming up on Saturday. The previous president, Yanukovych, has removed from power and is now in Russia. That's why they want them to have elections. Oh, right. Okay. All right. So, let's take a look at this one. So, 8 points. Oh, it's reported by the New York Times, but I'm not sure we have access to the actual new plan. Like, they're reporting that it's missing 8 of the points, but I don't think we know which ones those are. Yeah, right. We don't have access to the full revised plan yet, it would appear. Okay, it says here that Marco Rubio has, at least for the time being, removed from the proposal the sections that would have permanently prevented Ukraine from joining. Oh, right. Well, that's good. Okay, so they've at least taken out this one. That's what they're reporting. That apparently Ukraine would now be allowed to join NATO, and NATO could send a security force into Ukraine. That's good. That's a good revision. According to the newspaper, Russia experts do not see any signs that Putin is ready to stop the invasion of Ukraine. Yeah, I thought so. Like, he's not gonna stop. It's just gonna keep going. This is one of those instances where Russia is gonna keep going until someone stops them. They need to be, like, physically stopped. So we should be giving Ukraine as much weapons support as we can. Like, just send all of our stuff over there. They need it. And with Finland specifically, I've been there. I remember somebody came into chat and argued me on the point that, well, we can't give Ukraine Finnish weapons because we need them, because Finland needs them to defend itself. And my counter argument to this is that the Finnish weapons that are sent to Ukraine are doing the thing. They are defending Finland. Because if Ukraine falls, Finland is next. Like, they're gonna invade us too. Why wouldn't they? So, sending weapons to Ukraine is protecting Finland. You're just making sure that that the line where we're defending against Russia is further away from our cities, which is good. We want that. So yeah, let's give them all our stuff. Do it. Hold back nothing. Give them everything. The Financial Times previously reported that the peace plan had shrunk to 19 points. But the newspaper did not specify which sections would have been removed. So apparently they've added back a section, but it was about 20, so... Okay, so that's all we know. Alright. There's no more info on this one, it seems. Would be based as fuck if we gave them all our legacy Hornets after we get the F-35. Hell, give them the F-35, I don't care, give them everything. I don't see a point where we're giving them too much. Like, if our weapons do get used fighting the Russians, then that is the point of those weapons. They are being used for the thing we have them for. Like, it's not like Norway and Sweden are gonna invade Finland. So, yeah. They don't want to invade Finland. The reason they invaded is because of decades of negotiating about the division of Russia and Ukraine, Crimea and so on. And now when the pro-Russian Ukrainian president was removed from power against Ukraine's own constitution, this made the situation escalate and caused this stuff. The idea of Ukraine attack... You mean Russia attacking Finland is... No, you're actually... Yeah, Fistbeam noticed the typo there, but yeah, I think you're spouting Russia propaganda there, my friend. Like, Russia is talking about invading Finland all the time. It is like a popular political talking point in Russian politics circles. Let's just say most of our infrastructure is built with exactly that eventuality in mind, so it's being taken very seriously. Yeah. I mean... They've done it before. And if you ask Putin what this war is all about, it's... He'll spout nonsense about, like, the Tsar days and how back then... everything was Russian. Well, Finland is included in that, my friend. They're not gonna stop. Why would they stop? I don't think Ukraine forced Russia's hand in any way when they invaded Ukraine. They could have just not invaded. Look on the map, for instance, you will see very few major roads running east-west for this reason. Yeah, that's true. We are taking it seriously, the threat of Russia, and it is serious. Nobody here is deluding themselves that Russia will never invade Finland. Russia doesn't like Finland having relations with NATO either, but there just isn't the decades of constant conflict about territory there is with Ukraine, and there isn't a pro-Russian political group in Finland like there is in Ukraine. Okay, but we do have some, or have had some, relatively high-profile pro-Russian political figures. We had Ano Turtiainen. I think he might still be around. I haven't heard of him in a while, but Ano Turtiainen actually went over to Russia to illegally represent Finland there. Like, we do have pro-Russia propagandists over here. They are relatively rare, though, like, and nobody takes them very seriously. They're basically they're laughingstock people here, but yeah, nobody in Finland wants to be invaded by Russia, basically. That's mostly true. Russia had no history of conflict with Ukraine before 2014 either. None at all. Then it appeared practically overnight in the invasion of Crimea. Sure, there's these rare figures, but in Ukraine there was genuinely a pro-Russian president. And whole movements of Ukrainians that argued for joining Russia at the border. That might be true. What is to say Russia won't do something similar here? Or more likely with the Baltic countries, which we are now allied with. Yeah, I mean, like Fistbeam said, before 2014, there was no history of conflict between Ukraine and Russia. So, and seriously, if you go back 100 years, there totally is a history of conflict between Finland and Russia. There totally is. And if you listen to Putin's speeches, he goes back way more than 100 years. He goes back 200 years. Back to when Finland was Russian territory. Karjala takaisin. Well, that's a meme position. That was a meme position even when I was a kid. Karjala takaisin was like one of those... Nobody actually believed it, and the few people that did were like crazy drunkards from the far north or something. I don't know. Actually, going further back than that, practically all of our history is one of war with Russia. Yeah. It's just been a strangely peaceful 100 years of not warring with Russia. So, I don't think we should be that calm about it. There was the Orange Revolution, started in like 2004, and in 1954 the Crimea transfer dispute started. Then later in 1992 there was a Sevastopol and Crimea again. Okay, I'm not too well versed in those ones. We are living in an abnormally long period of peace now where Russia has not invaded us yet. Admittedly, a few times we also invaded them. That's true. After the Winter War, we invaded Russia. That is correct. Heimosodatan jatkosota. That's right. But yeah, Finland is already taking measures to... Fistbeam already mentioned the roads leading eastward, that there aren't that many of them, because we are trying to make sure Russia would lack the required infrastructure to come to bring their tanks in. And also, on the linguistic side of things, we are limiting our opportunities to study Russian languages. Like, Russian isn't available for study at schools and universities broadly because we don't want there to be a strong Russian language population in Finland. We are trying to keep it that way so that Russia cannot stake a claim, can't say that, whoa, well, you've got all these Russian speakers over there. I think part of your country already belongs to Russia. Like, we're trying to not let them have that one. Another cool fact, every few tens of kilometers there is an abnormally wide long stretch of straight road. Those are related to Russia too. Okay, I don't know about those ones. Russia attacks those will double as air base. Oh, right. Yeah, I have heard of those. Double as air bases for our fighter jets since they will bomb nuke all our actual airports right away. That's true. So the conflict started before Ukraine was even independent from the Soviet Union. This did not start in 2014. That's just when it escalated. Yeah, but like we've been saying, Finland's entire history is basically conflict with Russia, and it's just been an abnormally peaceful 100 years. And not even a full 100, honestly. More like 80. So yeah, I wouldn't exactly trust the Russians on this one. Anyway, what else is there to talk about? We're still deep into politics. What other topics? It's been 2 weeks, man. Wasn't the last war between Russia and Finland in 1944? Yeah, like I said, 80 years. Technically true. You could count Yanukovych as some sort of hybrid warfare puppet. We had one of those too. He was called Kekkonen. Oh, I didn't even think about Kekkonen that way, but that's actually true. He was president just before I was born. So in the 80s and before that, we had Kekkonen. And Kekkonen, how many terms was he president again? Like, absurdly, he was president for an absurdly long time. 5 terms. Right. Kekkonen was president for 5 terms. What do you mean with hybrid warfare? I think hybrid warfare is used here to refer to, like, these covert means of occupying a country that don't involve just marching troops in. Like subterfuge and stuff like that. So it refers to this stuff where it's like, oh, well, we made sure part of your country is Russian speaking, so now we think that part belongs to us. I think that's, yeah, gray area military activities. Things you can do to control another country without sparking a full-scale conflict. Russia uses those a lot. That's true. That's absolutely the case, yeah. It's with Russia, with Kekkonen. So he was our president for 5 terms. And it was widely believed that only Kekkonen can have talks with Russia. Like, Kekkonen is our strong leader. He protects us from Russia. But we now know that he was like a Russian person of interest. That Kekkonen was basically he was basically like bowing down to Russian interests and then manufacturing conflicts that made it look like he was solving them and stuff like that. Imagine if they ever elected someone like that in the US, right? Right? Someone who publishes peace deals in their own name, but they're actually written by the Russian president. Wouldn't that be crazy, huh? Wouldn't that be insane? Yeah, we're living in crazy times, all right. Oh, and speaking of the United States, they're bombing Venezuelan ships over there in Venezuelan shores. That's another thing that's been in the news that we haven't talked about yet. So they're just bombing seemingly random Venezuelan ships. And the White House is claiming that those ships were carrying illegal narcotics to bring them to the United States. Like, that's the claim. Or that they were like Venezuelan gang ships, but they've provided no evidence. No evidence whatsoever. As far as we know, they're just firing at random fishing boats. We don't know. I'm just saying don't worry that much. It's not the same. Finland doesn't contain the previous capital of Russia. Finland was never the same one Russian people. Yeah, that's true. And Finland doesn't have whole areas that advocate for joining Russia. Okay, yeah, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying we should be vigilant. Because Russia is bad. So we gotta be careful with those guys. They do love invading countries. So we shouldn't underestimate them. We shouldn't lull ourselves into this false sense of security. The last one is, by the way, the reason why we don't want Karelia back. Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I hear your point. And it's not like I'm thinking Russia will invade, like, the next year or the following. I'm just saying they probably want to. Like, they'd love to have Finland if they could. And part of the reason they can't is because we are prepared for them. If we weren't, it would be easier for them to just invade. We've still got a good 20 or so minutes of the politics segment left, so I think this has been good stuff. But let's... Then again, who's part of the Russian people is kind of a malleable concept. I mean, there used to be a lot more Finnic peoples living in places which are now Russia, before Russia conquered and Russified them. That's also true. So yeah, like I said, vigilance. We kind of gotta stay vigilant about those guys and make sure they don't get the drop on us. Should we head over to the Yle page and see what's happening? See what's up. Here we are. Some tanks ruined somebody's field. There couldn't be a worse time for this. Is that real? Did they just ruin somebody's field? I mean, I am currently not anti-Finnish military because of Russia, but still, this looks bad. Couldn't be a worse time for this. Oh, okay, so the exercises like prevent normal operations in that area, like normal farming near and around the places where they're conducting the exercises. Okay, that sounds like it could be maybe handled better. I don't know. Don't have a strong opinion on that. Here, look at this. Do you see this? It was the Kievan Rus here. Kiev was the capital of Russia, and if you look at the emblem on the coins, it's the same symbol as on the Ukrainian war flag. Let's see. Okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Let's see, what else is everybody talking about? Linnan juhlat, that's boring. Nobody cares about that. It's this big celebrity party over here that all the celebrities get invited to. Who cares about that one? Why is there honestly like nothing big in the news right now? Why is Elon Musk in this? The Kremlin is discussing Arctic oil, space, and minerals. Oil rig in the Pecora Sea. SpaceX owner Elon Musk in Germany and copper smelter. Okay. Okay, so big Russian trade deals. While the Ukraine war is still going on. Are they just gonna do these anyway, even if the peace deal falls flat, which it is gonna do? Establishing an American-Russian joint venture with billionaire Elon Musk's SpaceX space program. Okay, so basically they're like the Trump administration is working on like big trade deals with Russia while they're invading an ally. That's bad. That's not good, is it? That's not good. Not good at all. I don't like that. Car crashes because people aren't expecting the slippery roads. The winter always surprises the drivers in Finland, and also the railroad. They're always surprised when winter eventually comes. The Aurora Borealis is really beautiful. I've seen some when out on a walk just outside. Like a few weeks ago, I saw some in the sky that were very beautiful. Yeah, Fistbeam oil rig in Pekorasi. I thought the same. I bet there's a lot of war crimes in Pekorasi. Peko. Sanna Marin ajaa Ukrainan asiaa. Suomessa kukaan ei tunnu tietävän, mitä hän tekee. What's this? Our former prime minister. Apparently advocating for Ukraine. Working at the Tony Blair Institute for more than 2 years. Content of her work is still a mystery. Yeah, I haven't heard back from illegal TNT cannons. Yeah. I haven't heard from Sanna Marin after she quit after her term as prime minister came to a close, after it ended. I know she got a job at the Tony Blair Institute, but all I've heard from her since is that she wrote a book, which apparently was a pretty mid book. Oh, right. Here's the mid book in I mentioned. Maybe we should have our book club read it. Well, you bring it. I'm not gonna be the one to suggest Toivo on tekoja. I don't care. I mean, she was based as prime minister. She was like the best prime minister we've had in my lifetime. I'm not sure if Paavo Lipponen was better, because I didn't really follow politics that much back then, but she was very good. The auto translation can't tell pronouns. It defaults to male pronouns. That's AI for you. Yeah, that's right. Employees of the Tony Blair Institute had participated in a project to develop President Donald Trump's vision of making Gaza a Middle Eastern Riviera. As the Institute has commented in the summer, Tony Blair Institute has not written or approved the proposal. Okay. Well, I hope she can help Ukraine. If she can, then she's actually doing good work over there. But I'll be honest, and maybe I'm being a little cynical, so far I'd thought that she's just, enjoying a paycheck over there. Getting to write her memoirs. Which kinda does piss me off, because she was so good as prime minister, and then just to, leave Finland and go do something else abroad. We really needed some leftist energy here in Finland. We still desperately do. We've got the most right-wing government we've had since the Second World War. It's incredible. We really do need more leftism here. Desperately. Wait, what does this... Okay. What do you think of Zelensky saying that after the war, Ukraine will be a big Israel in Europe? Okay, what... Is there context for that quote? Let's see if I can find that one. Zelensky, big Israel after war. Okay, let's see what it says here. Because I don't want them to be Israel. Israel is terrible. Israel is like a criminal country that keeps doing genocide. There's a big Israel. Gone, he said, our hopes were an absolutely liberal state. Likely reality of armed defense forces patrolling movie theaters. I'm confident that our security will be the _1 issue. Well, yeah, I don't doubt that, but why would you want that? Is this... Oh, he said it before the Gaza cost, though. Okay. Zelensky is Jewish and supports Israel and is against Palestine. Yeah, okay. Well, that gives me one more reason to not like Zelensky. In addition to the corruption things, which seem pretty bad. I mean, I like him for fighting Russia, though. It's based to fight Russia. But... yeah, but in this, it would appear that he's talking more about like security. That security will be the _1 issue. That he doesn't have hopes for an absolutely liberal state, and that the reality is that of armed defense forces patrolling. If that's the quote, then it doesn't sound like he's advocating for it. It more sounds like it's speculation. I mean, it'd be a stretch to think that, yeah, I mean, I'm talking genocide. Yeah, we want to do genocide just like Israel does. Like, that would be pretty uncharitable, no? Didn't know Zelensky's pee-pee poo-poo? Well, he kinda is. Like, he's been doing good job fighting Russia, but also apparently he's been protecting, like, big money people. There were these big corruption scandals that were being investigated, and Zelensky was actually preventing those investigations from happening, apparently. And it's not like it's now come to light that he's been protecting the corrupt people, the big money people, which is not good. I think Ukraine deserves someone better. But yeah, I had no prior knowledge of Zelensky's Zionism. In fact, I'm still not fully convinced of that. Let's see if we can find anything on that. Zelensky Zionist. Yeah, he is Jewish. That does appear to be the case. How Zionist are Russian Jews, by the way? Like, that's something I've never looked up. Because the Russian geopolitical bloc... Yeah, I mean, he's Ukrainian Jewish, of course, which isn't the same as Russian Jewish, but, like... And yeah, I guess it would make sense that a Ukrainian Jew would be in opposition to Palestine geopolitically, because Palestine is geopolitically on the same side as Russia, but I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. Do you understand what Zelensky is saying with this? He means Israel is the good guys who defend themselves against the Palestinians. He's comparing this to how he sees himself as a good side protecting Ukraine against Russia. Not just a single statement, we know he is a hardcore Zionist. Putin is pro-Palestine and Russia in general, although the Jews in Russia disagree. Yeah, well... I'm pro-Palestine, but I don't like Putin. That's just a geopolitical thing, I think. Like, Putin isn't pro-Palestine because he's like a good person or anything. Let's see. Are Russian Jews Zionist? I don't think we'll be getting a quick answer to that one. I'm not sure about that one. That's a tough one. I'm not sure. I'd still like to have, like, evidence of Zelensky's Zionism. I wonder if it's anywhere in his Wikipedia article. Let's see. Zion. Yeah, there's no mention of Zionism anywhere in Zelensky's Wikipedia article. So I'm not sure about that one, Chief. It doesn't come up a lot. Not like Putin being pro-Palestine matters much right now anyway. He hasn't exactly done anything to help any of his other allies either. Iran, Armenia, and Venezuela come to mind. Yeah, that's true. Ukraine is like the most Zionist country in all of Europe. Used to be Khazaria, which was a Jewish Turkic country in Europe, and the Israelis see this as past Jewish land. The symbol on the Ukrainian war flag is also connected to Jews. Okay, I don't know much about that stuff, but like... But the principled leftist position is to be pro-Ukrainian, anti-Russian, pro-Palestinian, and anti-Israel. That's the principled leftist position. You support Ukraine. You do not want Russia to invade them. They have no right to be there. They should get the fuck out of there, completely and entirely. And you're anti-Russia because Russia is an imperialist, militarist, anti-LGBTQ+, just a bad place. We don't like that stuff. They should adopt liberal values. We love our liberal values here. So yeah, the principled leftist position is to be anti-Russia currently. And Israel-Palestine? Well, Israel is the one doing the genocide, so yeah. The principled leftist take is to be on the side of the Palestinian people. Then there's these guys who ask you, so what, you're pro-Hamas? You're pro-Islamic terrorists who kill civilians? No. Who's pro-Hamas? Nobody. It's just that you need to understand that the Israeli genocide of the Palestinian people brings about things like Hamas. Like, that is the result of getting genocided. So, yeah. That's why the principled leftist take is to be pro-Ukraine, anti-Russia, pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel. So those are my positions, and those should be your positions as well. I am personally pro-Hamas, but I might think very differently about this than you because I am from the Middle East and not Europe. Okay, so in what way are you pro-Hamas? I've never heard anyone being pro-Hamas. That's surprising to me. Please do elaborate. Because I think Palestine needs better leadership than Hamas, even if I agree that Israel caused Hamas. Even knowing that, I don't like Hamas. Because I like liberal values. I like pro-LGBTQ+ values. It's very simple. The Israelis stole their land and thus they have the right to resist and fight against them. For them, it is either fight or let Israel slowly take over the land and exterminate your country, people, and identity. I agree with everything you said. We are in full agreement as to this list of things you said. Now, I also think Hamas is bad. I mean, they are like this extremist group of like murderers and rapists and all the bad stuff, really. And as well as the fact that they are not pro-liberal values. They are like conservative extremists. Let's see what you're saying here. I'm going to allow your message because we're talking about a sensitive topic here, and your message is like, yes, I will allow your message. Yes, I think you're being. We're discussing a sensitive matter, and that's fine. We're going to be using some adult words here. You're completely on the up and up. As for the accusation of burnt babies in ovens and rape and beheaded babies, it's just propaganda. They use this language of it's like the Holocaust. They are using ovens. Oh, I know that that's the case. Are you saying Hamas are morally above rape? Is that what you're claiming? Because it sounds like you are. I'm thinking Hamas is a pretty extremist group. I don't think that's a controversial statement. You think the extremism is all propaganda? Or am I misunderstanding something? Yes, maybe like every war there could have theoretically been an individual case of rape, but this is not the plan. Okay, I mostly agree with that. What about the Islamic extremism? You don't think that's pretty bad in and of itself, even if it is the understandable result of Israel having pushed them to that point? Oh, and by the way, while we can keep the topic rolling, but it's already time to play video games. This is usually the part of the stream where we play video games, but the politics doesn't have to stop there. I can still read chat, I can still reply to messages. What do you mean with Islamic extremism? What did you actually see evidence of that they did, which is bad? What do you think is related to Islam? Okay, well, the October 7th strike certainly was pretty goddamn brutal towards the civilian population, no? Like, it goes beyond just fighting the armies of your oppressors. They killed a bunch of civilians there, and they did it gleefully, no? And I am pro-Palestine, even after having said that. Israel are the genociders. They are the ones doing the genocide. Like, there's no question of that. But having said that, I think Hamas has done a lot of bad things, and I don't think that's a controversial statement. What, you think they are equally on the up and up as any armed force? Like, for instance, you had the Allied forces conquering nations back from the Nazis. Like, you had Allied forces driving Nazis out of countries. you think Hamas is about as up on the up and up as those guys? I mean, I'm sure some like wartime rape and whatever happened there too, like even as the Allies liberated countries. But mostly they were pretty good. Like, there are levels here. Anyway, other people, feel free to comment if you'd like me to play some video games. Let me know what video games you'd like me to play. We can keep the conversation rolling, but what you need to understand is that these places that were attacked were the border of Gaza and Israel, and that what they attacked is military camps. Settlements that are attacked are armed settlements filled with Zionist fighters armed with Israeli rifles that are purposely placed around these camps. You lie, they attacked a fucking music festival. Yeah, I mean... Honestly, I'm having a hard time believing in your good faith right now. The military music festival full of Zionist tourists. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a litmus test if you're able to acknowledge that Hamas is bad. It's kind of like when talking to a tankie and seeing if they didn't. There was a music festival right next to a military base. This led to the festival turning into a shootout between IDF forces and Hamas. I'm having difficulty trusting you right now. I think... What about those babies left for 17 days in the hospital that was evacuated from all people except the babies? I'm not familiar with that one. We'll show photos of these settlements. Yeah, okay, go ahead. We're open to evidence here. But yeah, it really is one of those like litmus tests when... I don't understand this sentence. I'm not familiar with what Coffee Popper, my friend Yimi, is referring to there, so I can't help you out with that one. Yeah, okay. Yep. Go ahead and explain yourself. Yeah, I was saying, when you're talking to a tankie, like I have a few times, if they start defending Stalin, that's where you know that you're talking to a bad faith person. Like this, like then you have reached this level of propagandizing where you are defending everything that's on your campist side. And I'm not like that. I am not. I have principled positions, and I criticize everyone within any camp, my own or the other, that does not live up to my principled positions. That's how I operate. So you do have to have this certain ability to critique your own people, even when you are on their side. If you don't, then that becomes kind of a litmus test for speaking to a bad faith person. First one, you can see the camp is at the top of the street from the settlement, and the other one is literally built inside of the borders. Let's check these ones out, shall we? I'm afraid I'm not really I'll show chat too, but I'm afraid I'm not seeing much from this. I'm not getting much here. Like, I'm not claiming I'm good at parsing evidence such as this, but honestly, this tells me nothing. Let's check out the other one. Did you see the stuff at the top of that street? That's a military camp. I'm gonna bring these side by side so I can compare. So I can compare them better. Wait, where did I hide it? Yeah, okay. I'll get to your link as well. It was just that Airy he. How do I say that name? Airy here, HDFG. Airy. I'll say Airy. Airy sent me those links first, so I wanted to check them out first. Has labels for what areas are. Okay, let's try. Let's try. I'm gonna put those links up right next to one another so I can quickly compare them. Let's put one here and let's put the other one right here. Okay, and let's enhance both. Can I not zoom in further than this? Let's see if I can control zoom. Yeah, I can control zoom. Okay. But it... Come on. Why won't it let me scroll sideways? Ah, man. This won't let me scroll sideways. Okay, all right. I'm afraid yeah, the text's too small for me to make out, and I'm not really... For some reason, I can't get a good handle on the UI here. If anyone else is better than me at pointing out what we're talking about here, then by all means. But I'm afraid the point of this is escaping me. Okay, I'm gonna just download the image. Okay, let's see if I can. Let's see the first one. Yeah, control scrolling isn't doing it. I'm gonna try and download the image. Yeah, if that'll help. Save image to desktop. Save, and the other one too. Yeah. Okay, and now let's access them from the desktop. There we go. Now I can zoom in and scroll. I don't know why it wasn't working on the browser. I have no idea. But once you download them, you can actually look at them. That's good. Okay, let's... So what was I supposed to be looking at? Let's see if I can show this. Yeah, I can. Yeah, okay. So, what am I supposed to be seeing? Yeah, okay, so this is a base, all right? And you're saying, like, Hamas attacked this, is what you're claiming, okay? And where did you say... Does the other one say that where the music festival is? Or what was the point of the other one? The gate, the camp. So what am I not seeing here? Where's the music fest? Kisufin camp, these are settlements, yeah? Okay. What about the music festival? It's not about the music festival? I think the music festival's pretty important, right? Like, I agree that Israel is occupying Gaza really bad. Like, I'm aware of that. That's why I'm anti-Israel and pro-Palestine. We can get to that, but let's start here. Okay, well, yeah, okay, I see Kisufin camp. Unfortunately, yeah, so, as I was saying before, anybody... To prove you are a human, select all squares that contain an Israel military base. In Gaza, the conditions have been pure hell for entire human lifetimes, which does not lead to very stable, rational decision-making either. Okay, so these are Israeli settlements with Israeli military camps. They built these settlements around the camps. Because of this, if you want to attack the base, you will get fights between you and the Israeli Zionist settlers and have Israeli rifles and believe that you are a subhuman animal. I don't think you're wrong entirely there. Yeah, I think that's mostly correct. I don't disagree with any of that. Like, I do think they attacked the music festival, though. Like, I am aware of the conditions where, in Israel, most people think that the Palestinians are subhuman trash. Yeah, I'm aware of that, and that's why there's a bunch of Hitler particles over there in Israel, and yeah, that is true. So when you hear Hamas attacks villages, this is what they're talking about. Okay, I believe that's mostly true. I've never really... those have never really been the things I was referring to, but yes, I believe that's somewhat accurate. In any case, what about the... So the music festival, right? Here's an article on the attack on the festival. Okay, let's check this out. Let's see. Let's look at this. Nova Music Festival Massacre. On the 7th of October 2023, the Al-Qassam Brigades, the military wing of the Palestinian nationalist Islamist political organization Hamas, initiated a sudden attack on Israel from the Gaza Strip. As part of the attack, 378 people, 344 civilian, and 34 security personnel were killed and many more wounded at the Supernova Sukkot Gathering, an open-air music festival during the Jewish holiday of Shemini Al-Zeret near Kibbutz Reim. Hamas also took 44 people hostage. Men and women were reportedly subject to sexual and gender-based violence. Some 20 of the attackers were also killed by Israeli security forces in the area of the festival. The attack had the largest number of casualties out of a number of massacres targeting Israeli civilians in villages adjacent to the Gaza Strip. That occurred as part of the October 7th attack, alongside those at Kibbutzim and Moshavim of Netiv HaSara. Yeah, okay. Came across the festival because it's in the road between these two armed settlements. And it turned into a war zone. And the reported sexual violence is not proven? I'm gonna look at this and then I'm gonna have to look at Yimmy's link, because I promised I would. But let's look at this. Okay, so that's where the festival was, and it's like you're saying that the festival was in between a military base and the strip, and you're saying the music festival timing was coincidental? Is that what you're claiming? Poor Hamas accidentally killed and raped hundreds. They didn't mean it, though. Yeah, and this guy claims that's not proven. It was You're saying they accidentally attacked during a music festival. I do not think that's possible. I do not think it's possible to accidentally attack a music festival. I live in a city where music festivals take place every year. They're pretty loud. You can hear them from far away. I don't think the date October 7th was planned for a very long time before the music. How do you accidentally rape No, Yimmy, this guy's claiming those rapes didn't happen. Yeah, he's claiming it didn't happen. I don't believe that. You're the first person I've ever heard make the claim that rapes did not in fact occur. That sounds to me like you think Hamas are such good people that they just would not do that. Is that what you think? That's why they moved the military garrison away from the city center, so people don't accidentally massacre and rape everyone at Kustok. Yeah, I'm sure. No, he isn't making a claim of accidental rape. He's saying the rape didn't happen, which I do not believe. I think that's pretty well documented. Like, let's look at Wikipedia sources on this thing. Hamas is reported to arm wrestle with female captives with a cloth between their hands so they don't touch. I'm supposed to believe that they rape them. What? What the fuck? Let's look at what our sources are over here. So okay, rockets were fired, yeah. Siren warning of incoming rocket attack, yep. Armed militants dressed in military attire. Fired on individual. Indiscriminately fired on individuals attempting to escape. Attendees seeking refuge in nearby locations such as bomb shelter, bushes, and orchards were killed while in hiding. Those who reached the road and parking were trapped in a traffic jam as militants fired at vehicles. The militants killed some wounded individuals at point-blank range as they crouched on the ground. Let's see the sources here. And this is source 17, so 17 and 18, so this is from AP News, and AP News is not like pro-Israel. It is not. In fact, AP News is like currently, for me, maybe the most reliable news source from American media. The sources come from Israel, the same source that says a calendar is a list of terrorist names. Oh, yeah, hey, Ari, I actually saw the calendar is a list of terrorist names and giant bases from Hamas below hospitals. Yeah, I've seen those. Those are IDF propaganda. I'm not, like, taken in by all the Israeli propaganda. Of course not. Like, I know some of it is absolute horseshit. The calendar that was supposed to be a list of terrorist names, yeah, that one was just IDF propaganda. So I hear you in that it does happen. But this thing is being documented by other people besides just IDF propagandists. That thing, though, nobody believes that shit. It's propaganda. On this week's episode of Woke Ball Z, Dozer goes overtime arguing with trolls over whether Hamas may have committed some war crimes. Yeah, it's hard to believe that you're arguing in good faith when you're telling me Hamas doesn't do war crimes. It's like, come on, man. I'm on the Palestinian side, but you're saying they don't do any war crimes. Let's be real here. Let's only talk real world facts, not campist bullshit. If you're being sincere, then I don't know what your sources are on any of this. Oh yeah. Taking hostages is not the worst of it. No, I don't think that's that bad, honestly. But The Associated Press reviewed more than a dozen videos taken during the massacre and interviewed survivors to reconstruct how the deadly attack unfolded. Yeah, okay. The videos compiled by Israeli first responders and posted to the social media site Telegram show armed men plunging into the panicked crowd, mowing down fleeing revelers with bursts of automatic fire. Many victims were shot in the back as they ran. Yeah. Yeah, it all sounds pretty bad. By the way, you do know that the majority of the Palestinian fights during the attack were not even from Hamas, right? There were several resistance groups as well as random mobs of armed, angry people. I don't doubt that, though Hamas does not have like an official record of its members. Like, to my knowledge, you can just say you're a member of Hamas and then you are, like, and that is kind of efficient that it works that way. I don't know if they have an official members list. In Oulu, there's an armed robber on the loose and Seppi hasn't been seen for most of the stream. Oh shit. You can identify them by their Hamas headband. Well, Hamas do use like tactics where they don't make themselves apparent, and I don't even blame them for doing so. Like, of course they do, because they're fighting a modern military, one of the most modern in the world. Like, the Israeli military is like the second most modern in the world or something. So yeah, if Hamas actually used like identifiable bases and uniforms, they'd get vaporized instantly by precision weaponry. So yeah, I actually... do you understand that I do not believe that Hamas, who Israeli captives say, refuse to touch the hands of women because it's too sexual? I think you're talking about different people. I think it's possible that those ones didn't rape people. And I also think it's possible that the... Oh man, I don't want to get into this. I don't want to be discussing the specifics of rape on my politics channel. Come on, man. It's... If you think AP News is IDF propaganda, then you're lost in the sauce, buddy. Then you don't believe anything. You only believe what your side is telling. If you think AP News is IDF propaganda. Yeah, I remain I remain unconvinced on this. Where do you think AP News heard these reports? There just simply isn't resource outside of Israel. I'm pretty sure Al Jazeera is also, like, agreeing that Hamas does rape people. Like, and Al Jazeera certainly isn't pro-Israel. God damn, man. I've Fistbeam was right. I've wasted too much time on this. I gotta look at Yimmy's link. I promised I would. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at it. Where was it? There it is. Infants found dead and decomposing in evacuated hospital ICU in Gaza. Yeah, okay. This might not be Hamas's fault, though. This might just be like an unfortunate evacuation that led to them. Like people dying around them and then not getting to the babies. I'm not convinced this is Hamas doing this, but let's see. Shortly before the evacuation, okay? So, I'm reading about abandoned babies in a hospital where there was a war zone surrounding them, so... Okay, the situation is really bad. We are surrounded. Ambulances cannot reach the hospital, and ambulances that tried to reach were targeted. Like, that sounds like it's the IDF's fault, right? Yeah, I think it's Israel doing this. Like I said, I'm pro-Palestine, so I don't automatically blame everything on Hamas, but I do think they're like extremists still. Or is there something I'm missing here that pins these deaths on Hamas in a believable way? Yeah, I think this is IDF's fault. Yeah, I think it's Israel killing these kids. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this was Hamas. Okay, so Al Jazeera is double-faced. If you speak Arabic, you will see that on the Arabic channels they are pro-Hamas, and on the English side they are pro-Palestinian but anti-Hamas. That's interesting. But honestly, at this point, I have to say that the sources that say there was a massacre by Hamas, look, like, haven't you heard of the ways in which Israel has purposefully been funding the most extreme and militant wings of Palestinian, like, governance? They use words like terrorists and extremists in English, but resistance fighters and heroes in Arabic. Interesting. But anyway, as I was saying, like, there are... I've heard claims that have seemed credible to me that Palestine did have some secular and humanitarian organizations, but Israel made sure that funding was cut for them, okay? So Israel has tried their very best at making sure that the leadership in the Gaza Strip becomes the most radicalized that it can possibly be. So I do think this is Israel's fault in the end. But even after having said that, the leadership in the Gaza Strip, namely Hamas, still is as radical as it can be, because that's what Israel wants. That's what Israel wants. That's what Netanyahu wants. It is to his benefit that he tried to radicalize his opposing side, because then he can point a finger at them and go, look at these barbarians, they are subhuman. So yeah, I do think that effort has succeeded somewhat. Don't you agree at all? They funded Hamas early on to destabilize the religion from the previous dominant political party, but they didn't expect that Hamas would take over. Instead of keeping them in a long time of conflict between parties, they allied. What does radical mean? I always hear Western people say this, but I have never actually heard anyone explain what that means. Right. Radical. Well, in the term of like radical Islamist, it means like religious fundamentalism to the extreme where liberal values get treated as crimes and are punished immediately by severe means. And oh yeah, that's right, by the way. I haven't heard you respond to any of my statements that I am aggressively pro-LGBTQ+. Radical Islamists are not. What about you, Ari? Where do you stand on LGBTQ+ issues? I'd love to hear it. Because if you are in... Where do they need to have liberal values, and in what way is that a justification? It's not a justification! Israel is committing a genocide, Ari. I am pro-Palestinian. I am pro-Palestine. Israel are evil. They do genocide. I'm not anti-Palestine, dude. I'm not pro-Israel. I hate those fuckers. They're genocidal maniacs. They're basically Hitler. Yeah, and don't agree with LGBTQ, but I don't see how this has anything to do with whether Hamas killed or raped people. Does laws on homosexuality have to do with rape? Not, like, directly, no. But that's already a radical position. You should be pro-LGBTQ. That's the correct position. Because people living their lives is something that should be permissible. Gay people exist, and they should have a right to do whatever the fuck they want. That's like the only good position. The other positions are evil positions, and you don't want to hold evil positions. And that's weird, wanting to be evil. And this is a very pro-LGBTQ plus chat, so you're not gonna be having many friends here if you're anti-LGBTQ plus. We love our gay people here. We love our trans people. We love our non-binary people. I think if you have love in your heart, then you will just love the LGBTQ+, because why not? Why would you hate them? Okay, but like, what's the point in this? You can believe that that's evil, but how is that related to the context of armed resistance? So it would be more for them fighting if they were okay with homosexuality. Well, yeah, because that's a good position to hold. You see, I simultaneously hold several positions. I think it's bad that they're anti-LGBTQ+. I think it's bad that you're anti-LGBTQ+. But I do agree with you that the Gaza Strip is being genocided by an evil Israel. So, yeah, I hold simultaneous positions. That's how you should be. Like, I'm on the good side on every argument. On the side of love and peace and, you know, just good things. Anyway, nobody's suggested any video games in chat, and since Seppi is not here, we're not going to be continuing UFO 50 today, so suggest video games in chat and I will play video games. We've still got more than an hour left of stream, so I still have time to play video games. How about the Jews that resisted the Nazis in the ghetto uprising? Do you think they are a bad extremist group that we should condemn because of what they believe in their Torah and Talmud and how they're punished homos? Yeah, they're bad in that way. Yeah, sure. Yeah. But the Nazis are worse. Yeah. I can hold these simultaneous positions. I am capable of doing that. Had to still clip this before I go for my walk. Okay, let's see. What's the clip? Let's watch the clip. Let's show everybody the clip. What's happening here? TED Talk on the IDF. Okay, let's see. What did I say? I hate those fuckers. They're genocidal maniacs. that is a good TED Talk. That is a good clip. I like that one. Okay, so why do you in the West seem to have a more positive opinion about the fighting Jews in World War II than Hamas? Okay, well, I don't think... Oh, deleted the bit about you calling them Hitler. Okay, that's unfortunate. I wanted to call them Hitler though. They are Hitler. Anyway, why do us in the West seem to have a more positive opinion about the fighting Jews in World War II than Hamas? I think the fighting Jews killed less civilians, right? Didn't they? I'm not that good with war history, but they didn't they? Like, kill way less civilians than Hamas. Not sure numerically, but like proportionally. Nobody is suggesting any video games in chat, folks. If you want to see me play video games, suggest video games. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep talking politics, and none of us want that, right? It's not like this is a politics stream. No, not at all. In fact, the evidence for Hamas killing civilians are way less. What? Is that... Do you have a source on that? On the... I mean, that might be true. I just haven't heard of it. Do you have a source? Oh, right. I've heard of those people. We don't speak of them much, yeah. How we should castrate the Germans after the war. Yeah, maybe not a good idea. Maybe I'd be opposed to that, you know? You know, maybe I would be. If those Jews you're speaking of and killed proportionally as many civilians as Hamas has, and did proportionally as much rape and whatever, and however much that might be, then I'd be principally as opposed to them as well. Yeah. Even if I sympathize with their battle against, like an enemy. Now, as to your question why the West speaks more highly of them, you know the answer to that, right? That's Islamophobia. That's the reason. Like, there is a lot of Islamophobia in the West, where if something happens here, we think it's normal, but if it happens in, like, a Muslim country, then it's weird savages doing it. Yeah, that does happen. I'm not here to defend Islamophobia to you. I am aware of it, and I don't like it. Oh, yeah, Yimmy, I did read the article. It would appear to me that those baby deaths were Israel's fault, not Hamas's fault. That's how it seemed to me with a quick glance at your article. So yeah, dead babies, but it was just Israel killing them, I think. Or preventing people from getting to them in order to rescue them. Like, there were people trying to get to the babies, but the ambulances got shot at. So yeah, I think it was Israel doing that, not Hamas. Yeah, it is fucked up. It is very fucked up. Yes, I agree. So yeah. If like similar situations happen in the West and in like a Muslim country, and it gets treated differently by Western media, that's because of Islamophobia. That's what that is. So if you're asking me why that happens, then the answer is Islamophobia. Yeah, I hear you. I'm here for you. I'm on the good side, remember? I don't like bad things. That's me, forever on the good side. Whenever any two forces collide, I'm on the good side. I try and figure out which side is the bad one. And I tell people, hey, these guys are bad. That's why I don't actually focus much attention on saying how bad Hamas is, because I don't really care. I think, however bad they are, Israel made them that bad. By colonizing their country, by subjugating their people, by putting them in an outdoor prison where they're treated as less than garbage. And then by cutting the funding to secular and humanist organizations. Israel did this, they're the bad guys. I keep telling people this. There is a lot of, before the current genocide, there was a lot of people in Western media saying, oh, Israel-Palestine, it's a complicated conflict. It's fucking not, though. It's not. It's just the bad Israeli people killing indiscriminately. That's the conflict. So yeah, I do not place much emphasis on just how bad Hamas is. I think they're as bad as you'd expect them to be with how oppressed they are. What I have a problem in this conversation with is you appear to think they are somehow more saintly than that. Like they have transcended the material conditions they've been forced into and are performing almost saintly. Somehow. I don't think that's true. I think they're probably pretty bad. But the IDF is worse. And by several orders of magnitude. No, I don't have that much internalized Islamophobia, Ari. I don't. I can sympathize with the fact that you've probably met and talked to a lot of people that do have that level of internalized Islamophobia, but you're not speaking to one of them right now. Some kind of secret policy? I don't think it's a secret policy, Ari. I think it more has to do with the fact of how far they've been pushed. And here's where I tell you that Muslims are in no way, in my mind, Muslims are in no way a different kind of people. They're not. They're people. Persons. So yeah, any of the ways in which Hamas is bad, anyone else would also be that bad in those material conditions. That's my belief. I don't think there's anything innately terrible that makes Muslim people into these Islamic terrorists, and it could only happen to those savage Muslims. I do not share any of those views. None whatsoever. I think if you had any group of people forced into the conditions that the Gaza Strip has forced Hamas into, that group of people would become Hamas. I do genuinely and honestly believe that. Do you believe me? Hamas officials say that they targeted military base and that they did not kill women and children. They literally feed captives from the IDF while their own people starve. Personally feed my own people and let the captives starve and die. Okay, you're once again ascribing... Actually believe that this is Hamas policy, or do you think that act out of command because of anger? Oh no, honestly, I don't think there is much of such a thing as Hamas policy. I think the leadership lines there are very broken. By design, actually, because the IDF does keep attacking those lines. They do want to shatter Hamas command and control over the Gaza Strip. So yeah, definitely I think a lot of it is probably just personal grievances. Definitely. Like, I completely see how anyone who is a prisoner of the Gaza Strip, who lives there, how anyone there would think that anyone on that side of the fence is a fucking monster. I do see how you'd form that worldview. I do see that. Like I said, I think anyone who was put in Hamas's position would become Hamas. Anyone. Any group of people. There's nothing special, there's nothing especially evil about Muslims. No, sir. Nothing whatsoever. Sure, but before the attack, they had very clear plan. They attacked strategic points and targeted it in an order that is obviously tactical. What do you think? Did they train their soldiers and say, go and rape women and kill civilians? No, I don't think that's it. No. I don't think that's what the leadership tells them. Like, but I'm pretty sure some of them say that we don't care what you do. We don't care if some civilians get raped. I think that there are probably some leadership in Hamas who do say that. Why do I think that? Well, there are those same people in the IDF who say the same. Remember how there were those few rapists in the IDF who actually raped so much that they actually took them off the force. They pulled them back and pulled them out and imprisoned them. Then the Israeli people revolted and freed those IDF rapists. So yeah, I think there's plenty of pro-rape sentiment on the Israeli side of things. It's been proven that there is. I'm just saying it's probably the same on Hamas's side too. I don't think there's anything especially saintly about Hamas. I think they're probably as bad as you'd expect them to be given the circumstances. That's what I'm saying. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Ari, for acknowledging that, yes, I do attempt to be better than the default Western media position. In fact, after October 7th, I was tearing out my hair in frustration when nobody would listen to me when I tried to tell people Israel are the bad guys. Fortunately, that narrative has now shifted. Even Western media is talking about the Gaza genocide. So there is that. Sympathy for Israel is waning. So that's a good thing. Okay, Holger, enjoy your stream. I'm gonna raid you after I'm done with mine. Israel literally celebrates rape. They have pro-rape protests and they idolize the rapists. This is why they accuse Hamas, by the way. They are projecting their ideology of sexual dominance because their projection and invention of victimhood has come from how they view domination. I agree with some parts of what you said. I just probably think there's nothing that saintly about Hamas where they refuse to commit any evil act on the people who they view as monstrous, and I can see why they view them as monstrous. So yeah, and look, man, the whole "do you condemn Hamas" line that keeps being talked about by politicians, that's fucking horrifying to me. Like, do you condemn Hamas? They ask when Hamas currently only doesn't really have soldiers left anymore, not in the proper sense. I mean, the last time I checked, the average age of a person living in the Gaza Strip was 14 years old. The average person in the Gaza Strip, 14. So if Hamas officials found out that their fighters committed rape, they would execute them. Sex outside of marriage is not allowed, not even a handshake. So as someone who is Muslim, this is a stretch to believe. I do see the contradiction there, and I don't have an answer for you. I don't know how to reconcile the facts. I do see your logic. However, I think that the fact of the matter is that there have been rapes. You say there haven't, but I'm not convinced. Okay, we really gotta do other stuff here. We've still got almost 50 minutes left of stream. Nobody's suggesting any video games in chat. Nobody's suggesting any video games in chat. Accidentally put on my own stream on the background. I don't deny the possibility. I'm just saying that if it happened, that it's not proven, and it would be individual cases rather than a training for rape or permissibility of rape. SCP containment breach? Oh, that's true, Fistbeam. Sex outside marriage isn't allowed for Christian conservatives either. Doesn't stop them from raping. That's actually correct. Like, the biggest rapists in, like, the most well-documented rapists in Western countries are the organized religion priests. They rape a lot. So, yeah, doesn't always go down that way. They do have their religious convictions, but still, that's what they do. SCP containment breach. That sounds like that might be fun. What platform is that on? Right, there's no Christian law in America. That's also true. SCP containment breach. Okay. I found the game. It's just free to download from their website. Never played this. No documentation of a functional legal system in Gaza either. That's also true. Okay, well, Ari, I think executions of adultery is extremism. That is a good example of extremism and radical religion. Okay, there's 30 seconds left of the download. I don't have an answer for you, Ari. I don't know what mechanism. My guess would be that maybe they don't really see the Israeli as people and they don't count when you rape them. Could be. I don't know. But to my knowledge, currently, that shit does happen. Okay. Let's see. Here's the game. Code execution cannot proceed because... Okay. Okay, so I need to install some stuff before I can play, apparently. Let's see if I can do this while we still have stream time left. Okay, it was successfully installed, good. Okay, Ari, I am hearing your logic, but I don't form my view of the world in the way that, well, logic would dictate this, therefore this must be true. I go by an evidence-based view of the world. So if the current evidence is saying that the rapes happen, you say that the evidence all comes from the IDF. I haven't seen proof of this. I think that that AP News has a rigorous system for sorting out good evidence from bad evidence. They haven't been particularly pro-Israel in their stances, so currently, I believe, I have this view of the world where it does happen. Oh yeah, I know, I am aware, Fistbean, that you gifted us a game. I could play that one, but also then my co-host would not get to play it since he's already asleep by now. Let's see if this works now. No. It doesn't. Why is it not working? Why is it not working? I'm a Mac user. This is just our streaming PC, so I'm not that good with all this stuff. Let's try and extract all. Let's see if that does anything. Let's put it on the desktop so I find it. Okay. Extract. See if that helps. Okay, Ari, well that isn't evidence. That is one thing that happened. That could have happened and another thing could have also happened. It's not how that shit works. Okay, it might be working now. It might be working now. Let's see if it is. Let's see if I can do a... Yeah, no. Can I do this? And then will it show the game? No. No, I'm afraid not. Well, we got this. Let's see. Oh, maybe this is working. No, it doesn't look like it's working. Okay, so currently this thing isn't... Yeah, it's not letting me exit the... So it's not showing up on the stream. Okay, the full screen function breaks the game. Okay, well that's good to know. Thanks. Let's try again. Can we make it like bigger? Let's not play full screen. Let's launch. Now can we make the screen bigger? Even if we don't full screen it. At least it's like somewhat working now. All right. Can we increase screen size so I can see what I'm looking at? Audio. I can't make the window any bigger than this, but I wanna make the window bigger. In Windows, isn't there like a zoom in on the screen option? On Mac, there are several. Okay, there's another bot right here. How do... Windows key plus? Okay, thanks. Yeah, okay, it is working, but now it's too big. Yeah, okay, so one step is already too much, I'm afraid. Thanks, Yimi. Thanks for deleting that thing. For some reason, I couldn't find the button with which to do it. Oh yeah, the cute ice cream witch. There she is. Okay, let's just... We're called woke. I really hope I don't have to... Well, it's a horror game, right? So we're going max difficulty. You don't play horror games for vibes. You play them for survival. You play them hardcore. Let's see. Other buttons on the magnifier. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Let's see. Wait, there isn't a magnifier thing. Oh, this! Right, okay. Oh, there is. Like a... Oh, right. Well, it kinda sorta works, but also kinda sorta not. Yeah. It's really too bad that the one step already is like twice the size. Like, this one almost works, but it's still too much. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, and now it's taken up my cursor, so I can't even take the magnifier out of the screen. Okay, I gotta read text in this one. That's gonna be tough. Seeing how small the screen is. How do I get this thing off my screen? Okay, tab. All right.
I need a request to open up cell 311. Hey, they've got some work for you. Do me a favor and step out of your cell. Just
yeah, okay.
me.
I'll step
by
out
the
of my
way,
cell.
We're authorized to exterminate any disobedient test subjects, so I'd recommend not doing anything stupid.
The black flashes, are they like part of the game or are they a graphics glitch?
Alpha, report to light containment, elevator, 6A, 4, safety, inspection.
So, how's it going?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, who do you think I'm talking to? This guy here with the punch in the face? Of course I'm talking to you.
Oh, I'm just...
Oh, yeah, you blink
This is
with...
the first time you've ever...
Oh, right. And that's a blink bar. Oh, that's a cool mechanic. I like that.
Freshly brewed coffee is served at the cafeteria.
This does seem like a spooky game,
Well,
Erios.
we're here. I'm still disappointed I didn't get to punch you, but whatever. Oh, and by the way...
I'm not reading that. I'm sure it's not important. I'm sure the lore isn't important. Honestly, the screen is just too small for me to read it. Well... Right, I thought so, Ari. I thought that it's probably like...
Personnel, please enter the containment chamber.
Oh, hey.
Please approach SCP-173 for testing.
Hey,
There
SCP.
seems to be a problem with the door control system. The door isn't responding to any of our attempts to close it. So please maintain direct eye contact with SCP-173.
Wait, what the fuck?
Oh, okay. It immediately got me? Cool. Okay. Oh, and I'm dead, and I got it. Well, I like that. I like that it just kills me and then the game's over. If you blink and no other people are looking at him, you die. Okay. Alright, alright. Well, that's cool. I like that. I like that idea. Let's get this out of here. Okay, is this one of those games where No, I can't save, can I? Like, there was a load game option, but I don't see a save game option. Is there one? Like, it's just resume achievements options. Oh, okay. So I just gotta beat the whole thing? Cool. Yeah, that's, well, I mean, that's how it's supposed to be, right? Oh, yeah, I gotta open the paper for the game to start. Alright, okay, alright. I hear you. There we go. We're not doing any pussy modes here. We're going all in. No saves. Just gotta survive. Pretty sure I looked at the paper already.
Control, this is Agent Ogren.
Okay, it didn't...
Cell 311.
It didn't... Yeah, that's what I thought, Ari. Like, I had to look at it for
got some work for you. Do me
proper
a favor
length of
and
time.
Just follow me. Oh, and by the way, we're authorized to exterminate.
Let's see if I can just...
Attention, please. Security. Team.
What the hell? Hey, stop!
Report to...
If I go off on my own, they just shoot me. Okay, well, now I know. Alright, that's okay. That's okay. Maybe I'll just keep this on screen for as long as the guy starts talking. No, I think I need to take it off screen before he starts.
I need a request to open up cell 311.
No, he does start talking to me.
Hey, they've got some work for you. Do me a favor and just follow me. Oh, and by the way, we're authorized to exterminate any disobedient test subjects, so I'd recommend not doing anything stupid.
I like the blink mechanic. I think that's a fun horror mechanic. I'm a big fan of, like, unique horror mechanics like that. Where it's not just a rip-off of some other game, but something they came up with for this one. I appreciate that.
So you've seen good movies lately?
I don't really watch movies.
Oh, okay. No, what about video games? You know, that reminds me, somebody should make...
What time am I ending stream? Should be in 25 minutes, I think.
Well, I don't play video games either.
Yeah, it's in 25 minutes. Can run with shift? Okay.
Well, we're here. I'm still disappointed I didn't get to punch you, but whatever. Oh, and by the way...
Alright. Let's see if I do better this time.
Attention all Class D personnel. Please enter the containment chamber.
Okay, I'll stay here.
Please approach SCP-173 for testing. There seems to be a problem with the door control system. The door isn't responding to any of our attempts to close it.
You could just walk out of here
Please
without
maintain
even noticing.
direct eye
Get back
contact
to
with
the chamber now.
SCP-173.
Okay. No, okay, so I have to look at it and not blink, okay? Once I turned my head away, it killed me. Alright, I'm starting to understand the rules. Okay, Fist Beam. So I gotta keep looking at it while backing away. Maybe. There we go.
Control, this is Agent Aldrin. I need a request to open up cell 311.
Hey, they've got some work for you. Do me a favor and just follow me. Oh, and by the way, we're authorized to exterminate any disobedient test subjects, so...
Alright, we go again. This time I got this. This time I back away from the creature and turn the corner, maybe?
Service.
Maybe it won't kill me when I turn the corner, right?
4. Engineering. Service.
So, how's it going?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, who do you think I'm talking to? This guy here with the punchable face? Of course I'm talking to you.
Oh, I'm just a little surprised. I think this is the first time you've ever spoken to me.
Well, yeah. It's your first day working here.
Come down and join our actual movie night this Saturday.
For about 5 months.
This year's film.
Really?
Area 51.
Wow.
Panic and Terror. 2 miles under.
Well, we're here. Still disappointed I didn't get to punch you, but whatever. Oh, and by the way...
And there's the paper, which I've never read. Because it's too small for me to read. Alright, we go again.
Attention all Class D personnel. Please enter the containment chamber.
I still haven't figured out what my blink timing should be, but maybe I will.
SCP-173 for testing. There seems to be a problem with the door control system. The door isn't responding to any of our attempts to close it. So please maintain direct eye contact with SCP-173.
It's like this, yeah, alright.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Okay. Running. Still alive. It's locked, okay. Where do I want to go? What do I want to do? How do I survive this? Okay. This is okay. This is fine. I'm fine with this. Nothing I'm sure everything's fine. Everything's on the up and up. Nothing bad could happen to me.
Attention. All personnel report to immediately.
Oh! Okay. Well, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to be avoiding the SCP. Is there a way for me to know where it is? It was just there around the corner and then it killed me. Press skip intro sequence? Oh, okay, cool. Cool. Where can... Oh yeah, there it is. Alright. Maybe try the less hard difficulty first? But I like the hard difficulty. Horror games are supposed to be next to impossible. That's the point. I grew up on Resident Evil 1, dude. I don't expect to be able to survive horror games. Yeah, okay, this one's locked, yeah. And then I'm right here. And, yeah, okay, so yeah, I grew up on Resident Evil 1. Playing that game when I was like 10 or 11 years old. And when I did, I actually beat the game. The original Resident Evil 1. So I don't need video games to hold my hand.
Attention. All personnel report to
died again. Do I have a way of knowing where the SCP is? Because that time it didn't get me right away, but it was still, like, there. What's my primary mode of avoiding it? Don't think I've quite understood that yet. No, it's random. You need to be careful with blinking. Try just a slightly easier I want to do the hard difficulty, though. It's a horror game. You time blinking with doors and stuff. Close the door, blink, and then open it. Okay. Close the door and blink, then open. Okay, I can try and strategize it with that. Well, I can try that.
Keep your eyes on it.
Oh, okay, there it is. There's the creature. Wait, it disappeared. Okay, so... yeah. So far, so good. So... I'll blink, then open the door. There it is. Okay. So just don't go there, I guess. Up! It's in front of me.
Attention. All personnel report to.
Still trying to get a hang of how much he moves when I don't see him. I wonder if I can intuit that at some point. Oh, I should have closed the door. Oh, right. You're probably right. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm still figuring out the logic. I'm sure I'll get it. So when I see him in a room, I'm gonna want to close the door. Wait, where was he? Okay, this time I didn't see him. I didn't see him this time. Yeah, I thought so. I thought that maybe it was just my perception was off. The screen is pretty dark. In fact, I'm noticing that when I look at the stream, when I look at the screen that I see on stream, it's less dark than the screen. Oh, there he is. I just now saw him. Yeah, my screen is actually pretty dark, but the one I'm looking. Yeah, okay. I just looked at the stream view. And that shows it much more clearly. But the TV I'm playing from is darker than the actual... Yeah, okay. That's gonna be a problem. You can increase brightness? I should. I am gonna try that. When I die here, I'm gonna try increasing brightness. I'm gonna do that. There he is. There he is. No, that was my mistake. I thought I'll run past him. But I haven't yet gotten used to how his logic works. Like, when I see him like that, do I back away? Or do I try and, like, move past him? Like, what's the play there? Anyway, I will adjust brightness, I think. Yeah, let's just set it to full brightness. Might make the... Yeah, it'll probably look stupid bright on your end, but with me, this is probably preferable. Yeah, right, I should keep looking at him. That's what I thought, Ari. So, yeah, if I see him, I'll try and, like, go around him, maybe, but while looking at him and not getting too close. Okay, that's the logic. Let's try and follow that. Keep your eyes on him. Yeah, there he is. So maybe go past. Okay. What? Wait. Did I go too close? Was that too close? Okay, so I can't go around him. 'Cause even with your back against the wall and looking at him, I'm still too close to him and he will kill me. So when that happens, I've got... Yeah. But I was back against the wall, right? Like... Oh, but maybe I should have gone from the other side. Maybe that's what I did earlier, too. Recommend backing off and letting him move until you don't have to go right next to him. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Okay, fist beam is at Woke Cave. Cool. I've still got like 10 minutes of stream left, fist beam. I can handle these SCPs, they're not a problem. I got this. Okay, so there he is. Like, back away. Allow him to move, right. And I think that one was scripted. Like, he always appears there. And I just didn't notice him the first time, so... Yeah, and last time I went there, there was like an event that happened, like a roar and stuff, but not this time. Yeah, this roar, that's the roar I'm talking about. Okay.
Attention. All personnel report to immediately.
I wonder if I can get past this or if it kills me every time. Yeah, I can't get past it. Okay, cool. Has a pattern. Yeah, I noticed. Thanks. Let's see now. All right. Oh, that was an elevator. Okay, well, let's see where that takes us. Don't walk on the black stuff on the ground. Okay. Alright. Oh, that black stuff. Okay. I'll try not to. Doesn't seem too hard. Whoop. That was probably not a good idea. Oh, the black liquid I saw before. Oh, okay, alright. Well, don't jump into black rooms. Also seems like a smart call. Okay, I'm learning. I'm adapting. With every iteration, I grow more and more strategic. Okay, let's see if this is scripted. This appearance of the SCP. Yeah, this one is scripted, I think. That one happens every single time. Oh, now I know. Oh! Don't come after me, boy. I survived. Oh! It... I didn't expect it to still be there.
Attention. All personnel report to...
You have to go through that door. Okay. Will make you go to limbo if you walk on black liquid while a monster tries to kill you. Interesting. If it's there, back off and make it go to the other room. I'm not sure if I have that much control over where it goes, though. But yeah, okay, I get it. That's the only way. So if it's there, I have to like try and lead it out. Gotcha. Yeah, this part is scripted. It'll always appear. And now when I back off, there'll be a blackout here. Yeah, that's scripted. Happens every time.
Attention. All personnel report to immediately.
Okay, so I got some kind of key card, I think. Don't know what that's for, but it's probably good, right? Okay, I'm back here, alright. Right, okay. Another one of these. There we go. Oh, it's a looping hallway. I thought so. It kind of seemed like it. Did I just imagine seeing something move on the wall? I'm sure I just imagined it. A key card. I have a key card. Here you go. Oh, my key card is like not high enough clearance. Okay. Well, it is what it is then. Okay, and don't step on the black goo. Gotcha. We're all good. We're still good. Okay. All right. Key card? I have a key card. Okay, I don't have enough clearance. Okay. Well, it is what it is then. I shall go somewhere else. This was also like a... I don't have enough clearance for that key card. My key card doesn't have enough... a high enough clearance level. I know about the shift key. It's a rather uncomfortable position for my hand. Don't touch. You're not the... I touch what I want. Okay. A battery? Don't know what that's good for. Transceiver, okay. Another battery. Don't know what I can use those for, but can I put one in the transceiver? Yeah, I could, right? Does this help me? I've got a feeling like it maybe should help me. Take my own time, no need to rush him. That's true. That's pretty true. What's in this? Oh, first aid kit. But I die from one hit from everything, right? Wait. What's this? X-ray. Don't know what that's for. Can I just... Yeah, I could get rid of this stuff. I don't need this. This is useless. What? Playing card? Why would I collect playing cards? What's this? Navigator? Do I gotta put a battery in the navigator? Okay. That's probably good, right? What do I need a clipboard for? Oh, can I put the papers in there? Maybe. Maybe I can. Yeah! I can put the papers... I can gather up my own cool little... Oh, it's already... We gotta stop stream here. I had fun playing this. I'm gonna kill myself now, though. In-game only. Wait, the black stuff doesn't get me. Okay. Well... I'm gonna run into something that kills me and then I'll end stream. Come on, something get me. This one. Yeah! There we go. Anyway, I had fun. I'm gonna send you guys over to Holger Shark. You guys are gonna say woke raid, like you always do, like I know you can. Yeah, Jimmy, it was like a permanent solution to a temporary problem. But what's done is done. Okay. That was a meandering stream, but I had fun. I'll send you guys over to Holger Shark. Say woke raid. Raid. Holger Shark. There we go. The raid isn't showing up for me though. Let's try that again. Okay, now it's showing up for me. Stay woke, guys. See you Wednesday when I'll be back on.
Oi, tervetuloa. Kuule, gigachatti tänne. Tervetuloa. Tässä teille kaikille joululaulua lisää. Katsotaan, että se miekkapyörit tuolla jaloissa. Niin tuossa. Ei hyvä, nyt ei silppoon. Kyllä, Wokerait todellakin. Tervetuloa.